But then. That signal to Miles, so that it's already. I think we're good to go, Miles.
Okay. Hi, Darren. Looks pretty good. I think webcast is running.
Yeah, just turn on the capture and transcript.
Okay. Okay. I will start the webinar, and then I'll start the recording as well as the transcripts.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Hi, Darren. Looks pretty good. I think webcast is running. Okay.
We're getting a little feedback.
Okay.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and thank you for being here. Thank you for coming. This is a meeting of the subdivision committee on Tuesday, May 24th, 2022, and it's about 8:34 a.m. And with that, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Before we actually take our roll call, if I can mention that this agenda that we have today is a repeat of our February 8th, 2022 meeting. We will move to each agenda item, giving the public an opportunity to testify. The committee has already received the reports from the planning department and applicants. If there are no clarifying questions from the commissioners, we will vote on each item following the public testimony. As this is an unusual process, we would likely start the meeting with an executive session with our committee's attorney. So with that, Madam Clerk, if we can have a roll call.
Sure. Commissioner DeGracia
Here.
and Subcommittee Chair Uncle.
Here.
Okay, sorry. And both members present.
With that, if we can move to item C, the approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second. If we have no questions on that, we can have a voice vote on that. Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, thank you.
Chair, motion to enter into executive session.
And I'll second that.
Shall I read the language?
Sure. Please.
Both in the
Okay, sorry. So I can call for the vote. Mistake.
So the motion is to move into executive session. We'll take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm sorry, and the stated purpose. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, to remind everybody, in order to pick up the transmission online and we have to speak into the mic. So, sorry, the commission is pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statutes 92.4, 92.584. The purpose of this executive session is to consult with the county's legal counsel on questions, issues, status, and procedural matters. This consultation involves consideration of the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and/or liabilities of the commission and the county as they relate to subdivision application number S 2022-6 and subdivision application S 2021-1. Do you want to revote actually? Sorry, should we revote on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so hearing that again, we can take another vote for entering into executive session. Take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Okay, two votes. Okay. So approximate time for the exec session, about 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, so we can just, we all have to vacate the room and so we'll resume at around 45,
Okay, thank you.
9:45. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You ready?
Okay, Madam Clerk, with that, we'll call the meeting back to order.
I believe we're on item D, minutes of the meetings of the subdivision committee. We don't have any minutes at this time. E, receipt of items for the record. We don't have anything to receive at this point. So we're on F, hearings and public comments. For the public sake, there are the subdivision committee meeting, which we're on right now. We also have 2 planning commission agendas that we'll all go through today. So currently, we are on the subdivision committee meeting. And so for oral testimony, we'll be taking the testimony today, this morning, in the following manner. First, we're gonna recognize all speakers who have signed up to testify in person or who are physically present today at the publicly noticed meeting location, which is the Lihue Civic Center Moikeha Building, Meeting Room 2A2B, 4444 Rice Street, Lihue, Kauai, Hawaii. Next, we're gonna recognize all callers who called in and joined the meeting via the telephone number that was provided on the agenda. Then we're gonna go and recognize all attendees who have elected to join the meeting using the Zoom link provided on the agenda. When you're please identify yourself when you're called upon, if you're comfortable doing so, and clarify which agenda item you wish to testify on. All testifiers will be given 3 minutes per testifier per agenda item. And if you're not interested in providing testimony, please indicate so when you're recognized. If you have internet connectivity issues, please use the join by phone telephone number, and we will return to any new callers for testimony before concluding the oral testimony portion of the agenda. And please note that the meeting is also viewable through the live stream broadcast at www.kauai.gov/webcast/meeting. And please note that the live stream broadcast does not allow viewers to provide testimony. And please refer to the agenda for instructions on how to provide testimony. Okay. So first, I'm going to recognize any in-person attendees who wish to testify on the subdivision committee agenda items at this time. Is there anybody in the audience wishing to testify? Yep, you may step up at this point.
Bridget is legally blind.
Okay.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Bridget Hammerquist, and I wanted to make a couple points this morning with you and ask for your help. We have some people from our community in Kauai that cannot get on the Zoom link, and I don't think they necessarily know or have the phone number, so it's really difficult. But an even bigger difficulty is that as of noon, the 8th of June, 5 days before this meeting, the agenda still was not published. An amended agenda came out yesterday. This does not comply with Hawaii Revised Statute 92, which requires notice of the meeting and the agenda for the meeting to be published not later than 6 days before the meeting date. That would mean that it should have come out last Tuesday, and it should have come out during the workday on Tuesday. It didn't come out till the later part of Wednesday, the 8th. So we've had 5 days notice before today's date, and it got amended again yesterday. And I'm also going to object to anything going forward today on that basis that the public has not had sufficient notice. And we really do feel like things are just being railroaded through the process. Also on the subdivision agenda, I note a couple of items that are in the middle of a Kauai analysis. And as the commission is probably aware, and I know the planning department is, the Supreme Court in the early 2000s, 2003, decided that case and required that the planning departments have an understanding of what impact the subdivision was going to have on a community. and give the community an opportunity to work with the developer to mediate or mitigate anything that would be harmful to their quality of life, their practices, their traditions. This analysis is still in process, and so I think it would be improper for the subdivision approvals to be given today before an evaluation of that Kapa'akai analysis can even be completed. Also, it's not clear to those that receive questionnaires when their responses are due or what happens to the responses or who even reviews them. So if the commission could help the public by putting that on the agenda and making that part of the meeting where you explain, because I know I helped personally get 7 people to respond to a Kapa'akai analysis, and there was nothing on the form that gave them any information about where their mana'o that they shared would go. In the matter of the subdivision items in Kukui'ula on the agenda today, being done by Cultural Surveys Hawaii, there's absolutely no information about timing for the responses. The information questionnaires put out under Gary Pinkston's developments, there's 3, and he put out 1 questionnaire for all 3 developments. I don't think that meets the Supreme Court standards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify on the subdivision committee matters? Yeah, you may come forward.
Before I start, is there an attorney for the county employee present in this meeting?
Yes,
Can I please have your name? Please state your name.
Matt Bracken.
Hello, Mr. Bracken. Also, is everyone on the chair of the board of planning here present in the meeting? Is every board member available in this meeting?
This is the subdivision committee meeting.
Okay,
So the committee members are here.
They are, okay, that's what I wanted to know. So I'm gonna be speaking on behalf of S-2022-6 and S-2021-1 in the Kukui'ula developed area. First off, e ko mako makui loko o kalani, e ho ana ia ko inoa e hiki mai ko au puni nani. Ke ho o mai kai a kune mako ia oi I ka ho o mai kai mauloa. Mai ke ia hanauna apua I ka hanauna hope loa. Ano e ka makua loko mai kai. E ho'awi mai oia mako I ke ia. Vai pono no mako. E kala mai hoia oi I mako I ko mako lawehala. Ana me mako e kala apune I ka poe e lawehana ia mako. Mai ka hoku oia mako I ka ho'owale wale ia mai. E ho'opakele mai oia mako I ka ino. No ka mea, no ke aupuni pauole, a me ka mana, mauloa, a me ka ho'onani ia mau, loa aku, a mama ua noa, a mene. My name is Rosa Nicole Manapaekea Malama. I'm married to a Cummings. I'm a Wahine Maoli, and I'm here to testify against all developments in the Koloa Akwa. And the reason for this is because it's very detrimental to our people of the depletion of our cultural religious practices. And by law, I would like it to be known that everyone that took an oath must uphold the United States of the Constitution, United States of America Constitution, Article 6, Section 2, the law of the land, to perpetuate an existing culture that is being depleted as we speak. There is no trust between myself and those on the board because of what's happening in Koloa, specifically with this particular developer, NP Financial, Meridian Pacific, under the direction of Gary Pinkston. And the reason I say this is because now the Land Commission use, you guys have 12 conditions, and each time that I see these things coming up, those 12 conditions are not met prior to permitting process. And that needs to stop here and now. Another thing I want to recognize is that Kukui'ula is a large reinterment area. So if it's a reinterment area and history of burials that are being desecrated, I'm here to give public notice. Notice to agent is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agent. As a descendant of Kamakahele, my name is Rosalind Cummings. My father is Edmund Francis Malama Jr. His father is Edmund Francis Malama Sr. And his father is Joseph Kukeowa Malama. And then his father is Punahinu Malama. and then his father is Nahinu Malama. And Nahinu Malama's father is Benjamin Namu Kapua Iki. Our ancestor, Wahine Ike, and Ke'awenui and Kiha, who is the husband of Kamakahele, we are descendants of her, and she's buried in this subdivision area. So when you guys approve this plans, please think about the burials and what's happening in the depletion. I should have another 3 minutes because there's 2 subjects that we're speaking about, right? So I want to continue it. My question to you guys is, where's the water coming from? How much water is needed for these subdivisions? And if you guys approve these plans, how come the Board of Water cannot supply why the 3.1 million or 1.3 million, where it's an if, right? That amount of water coming out of Kahili, they cannot figure out where it's coming from. And why is it that in 2019, in the writings of the board, they talk about 20 million gallons being taken from the east watershed and bring down to the south watershed. So I'm very concerned about what happens if we ever have a large amount of rain and who's controlling the water. So please, if you can answer the question about where the water is coming from. And then these subdivisions, okay, we're looking at a 6-year cap, right, on our waste. We don't even have a plan for upcoming waste management. Where's all this waste going? We have an average of 115,000 visitors coming into Kauai with 78,000 residents. So we cannot blame the people who are living here, okay? We're looking at 1.4 million visitors a year that are coming in. And these developments are a welcoming doormat to it. So for those of you who are in the room and listening to this meeting, I speak on behalf of Kanaka Mo'oli, not foreigners who are coming here because of your mindset. I need you guys to understand that because you are here, you are then have the kuleana responsibility to have respect for who is here and who came before you. So mahalo for your time. All right.
Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to testify?
Aloha, mahalo. Terry Hayes for the record. Llewellyn Ka'ohe Lauli'i's partner for 20 years. Pleased to be here as an educator. Now work on our project, Kane'i Olu'uma on the South Shore, which happens to abut the projects that we're talking about. I have a couple concerns, but one of them just hit my heart hard. We have Ohana on both sides of this conflict. Okay, he is near and dear to me, and we are not about attacking jobs. We're not about helping locals. We're not about helping residents, and we sure are here to help the Kanaka Maoli. As an educator, I've been placed here to do that, and that is my desire, education, that we all start to learn about what's at stake, what's being done, and what we could lose. Now, as a native of California, reservations are huge. We have a big issue here with land. The Aina is what keeps a culture a culture. And this systematically destroying the culture bit by bit is going to end up with just that, a Hawaii without Hawaiians. Now, with all respect to all that are here, how many are Hawaiians in this? Here we go. This is good. So I'm speaking to all of you also as to the importance of helping to save what is near and dear to you and important for Ohana, Kapuna, our culture, our history. People will come and go, but what we do today is going to matter. I just got off the telephone with Kalen Tanaka. He is the representative for Cultural Surveys Hawaii that was tasked to do the cultural component. Billy received at our home the evaluation not even a month ago. To be very clear, the projects today are included. I know there's 2 in the Kukui'ula development, but the one adjacent to Hapa Trail is of grave concern to us because there is active explosions, dynamiting going on 12 feet deep at an area that has archaeological components, historical components, and cultural components. The call that I made today questioned Dr. Hammett as to if he had ever even surveyed that area. We personally walked with Hammett I believe it was in 2008, to establish and prevent the Knudsen Trust from developing 500 homes from the Catholic Church, Malcolm Mackay, all the way down in that whole Apua'a. There is so much significance. The Kaloa field system, as it's commonly known, Dr. Hammett, in a very important report, put it as number one in an educational video that's available online. I believe it was done in 2021. There were 3 sites that he mentioned in Hawaii. I understand 2 of them were here. The second one, I believe, was Limahuli Gardens, which Ke Kahuna, prior to statehood, did an archaeological assessment and made these 2 areas the most important areas on our island and put them straight up in the state. The Kauai system is unique to Kaloa, which carries water. There are so many lava tubes and caves, and the way I tried to explain it to somebody is, these aren't like a straw. These aren't like a piece of rigatoni. A lava tube is more like a hose. And where does the lava come from?
Minutes.
My time is up? Did you say that?
Those 4 minutes.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, I have a second item I'm topping on, so I'd like my second 3 minutes.
Sure.
Which I'd like to include. I thank you for pointing that out. At any rate, it's a tube system. Dr. Hammett has made it very clear. Kaloa Landing has a cave that's been protected and has a state historical site plaque. If you haven't been there, I would hope that you would go. Take notice of where the cave is and the tube goes out. And where does the tube go? Into the swimming pool. We were called about it after it was already backhoed. My understanding is that there's another project that discovered 3 caves, and one of them had a canoe in it that the developer thinks is his. Probably Eevee is my understanding. Many were buried in the soil, but Ali'i were put into caves and sent up the tubes. Not to mention the mo'os that clean and take care of the fishing. And Billy is a fisherman, could tell you all about that. We have serious issues with drainage. Is there even a drainage plan? And now I'm talking about all of them. Is there a drainage plan that any of you have seen? Does anybody remember Aniki? Did anybody happen to feel the effects of the volcano in Tonga? Did you know there was a tsunami in Maha'ulaku, but we had no siren that went off? We have no evacuation plan. Oh, yes, they do. They want to use Hapa Trail for it. That's what I heard. But now they put up a fence, which now they want to make removable. Where are all these trusses going to go? That's what I want to know. Who are they working for? There's not a whole lot of people in Kaloa, Hoipu, or anywhere that I know of that are residents. They're actually building homes. This is all for the condo development. I bless these men. There's other things we can build, like perhaps an evacuation shelter, perhaps a sustainable farming operation. That is ag land where HPM wants to grow. I want to also remind you that Goodfellow Brothers tried to pull this on the land adjacent to the Catholic Church, and they were told to leave. If you need a base yard, if you need to set up, go get yourself one in an area and you operate out of there. Don't take over our ag lands to do your work. But I want you to work. I just want it to be good work. Mahalo and thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room today wishing to testify on the subdivision committee meetings? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kelly Yelu Makolo Kalinawao. I'm a resident of Kaloa. I don't know too much what's going on, but I live a construction life all my life. It's been painful for me, and I'm also a father figure for all the kids in Kaloa. I take care of most of the kids in Kaloa, and for all the construction people that don't know me and don't know the kids in Kaloa, they should get to know us and know that we're here to stay, and we really like the life we live, but it's pushing us away and it's not helping us at all. So if you guys pass things to make it worse for me and the kids in Kaloa and the family that I love, it's not right, but I don't know really too much what to say amongst everybody and what they do. But all these brothers behind me, we all work in the construction business. That's what makes us live and live our life. But most of the big time construction people that don't know us, that means they never care from the beginning. And so if you guys hope to push us away and hope that it makes you guys feel better, we get hopes too. We hope you guys go away. We hope the worst for you guys, whatever the thing you guys like do. But I stand for the kids, and I'm not here for the past. I'm a Hawaiian, yeah, I'm all that, but I'm all aloha and love for the community and for the people. But half the big time guys that you guys let go through build all these things, they don't know me, they don't like me, just because the way I look and the way I present myself. But I just like to speak out for the children that I take care around the island and Koloa mostly. I love all the kids and every kid. I am a foster parent. I take care of kids. Kids is the future. So I speak for the kid that I was the future. And I'm supposed to have been the kid that everybody's supposed to take care of the future. And that's all I got to say. And aloha, you guys.
Anyone else in the room wishing to testify in the subdivision committee agenda? If not, I'm gonna turn it over to Miles and Marissa to handle the callers and the Zoom attendees.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, turning to callers who have elected to attend the meeting by phone using the join by phone telephone number provided on the agenda. We will recognize each caller by the phone number that was used to call into the meeting one by one and will enable your audio. Please you'll need to press *6 in order to unmute yourself, and then we'll be able to hear you. If you are comfortable, please do so by identifying yourself. Also, please clarify which agenda item or items you wish to testify on. You'll be given 3 minutes per agenda item. Or if you're not interested in providing testimony, please indicate so when you are called upon. So I will begin with phone number 808-278-3766. I have enabled your audio. You will need to press *6 in order to talk. If you're comfortable, please identify yourself and also clarify which agenda item you wish to speak on. Hello?
Yes, aloha. No testimony at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to those that have elected to attend the meeting by using the Zoom link provided on the agenda. We will recognize each attendee one by one and promote you as panelists. Once you click on join as panelists, you'll be able to click on start video and unmute yourself. Please clarify which agenda item or items you wish to testify on. You'll be given 3 minutes per agenda item for your testimony. And if you're not interested in providing testimony, please indicate by letting us know when you are recognized. For the Zoom attendee, if you experience internet connectivity issues, please use a join by phone telephone number, and we will get back to you before we conclude the oral presentation testimony part of this agenda. So let's begin with attendee Tara Rojas. Wait, hold on. I promoted you as panelists. You'll need to join as panelists, and then you'll be able to start your video and unmute yourself. You need to unmute yourself, Tara.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. So I am
Yep.
Tara Rojas, and I'm testifying regarding the new action items. And like previous testifiers had mentioned, with the laws needing to be upheld and abiding by your own procedures and systems and rules, this needs to happen now. There should not be any action taken today for all of the reasons stated by Auntie Bridget. There should be consideration of what Tita Manawayakea Rosalind Cummings also mentioned. And I also just want to bring you back to kind of common knowledge, just for you, all of you commissioners there. Have you all heard of that one saying, greed? What is greed? Greed is the root of all evil. You need to think about this as you're sitting there on the planning committee for the island of Kauai, which is in the state of Hawaii. And the state of Hawaii is Hawaii because of Hawaiians. So please remember the place and space you are living in and occupying, that it's been said again, you have the kuleana to Hawaiians. Hawaii is not Hawaii without Hawaiians. Hawaiians are connected. I know it's said before, I'm going to repeat it again because sometimes they say, you know, you need to hear things about 7 times before it really clicks. Hawaii is Hawaii because of Hawaiians. Hawaiians are connected to Aina. The Aina that you all are there right now planning to decide on. And I'm also going to say this. Have you ever flown on a plane? And if you're in the aisle with the exit aisle, and then the flight attendants always ask you, if you feel that you are not capable of helping or taking care of your kuleana sitting in this row, please remove yourself and find another seat. I'd like to extend that same analogy to you all. Just because you're born and raised here, does that mean you're on this commission, does not mean that you can renege on and deny your kuleana to uphold the land, the culture, the history of Hawaiians for Hawaii. And going back to just even before that, common sense, just as little kids. What do we first teach our kindergarteners? The first lessons, our children, the first thing we teach them are basic rules. To love one another, to avoid taking what's not yours, respecting.
3 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. And that's what I just want to say. So it's common sense that you all are on the commission. You have kuleana to uphold. You have all these laws and rules and procedures and systems, but is it of a Kanaka Maoli indigenous mindset? And if not, then you need to please remove yourselves so that those who are Kanaka Maoli, who are of this place, who are of indigenous mindset, will uphold what is correct, what is pono. You can feel it in your na'au, in your gut, in your instinct, what is right and what is wrong. That's the first thing to teach our children. So as adults, we need to remember what we first learned. What is right and what is wrong. It's not about the money. It's about Aina. It's about Vai. And we are here and we are showing up and we are holding you accountable. So you are there. I know it's a planning commission, but it's what's best for the island of Kauai. Yeah, and I will use my the other time I have. I'll just extend it just little bit more. But I'm gonna say again, you are there to uphold what is best for Kauai. You need to plan ahead. Plan ahead for the traffic. Plan ahead for who you are serving, the tourists, or those who of the place and space, Kanaka Maoli and locals who have the blessing to be born on this island. You need to plan for sewer. Where is it gonna go? Why is that only in Hawaii, that iwi kupuna, that the bones of your ancestors, your grandparents, your great-grandparents are always just disregarded? What other cemetery do you see around the world or in the continent where, we'll go to a cemetery, we'll dig up bones, and we'll just disregard them like nothing? This has to stop now. It's 2022. You learn your history, learn the correct history, do what is right. How you're raised in this time, age, place, and space. So again, planning committee, please do not take action and just approve Kukui Ula subdivision nor any other subdivision in Koloa, Kauai. Hawaii is not for the tourists and those who have money, who can buy up land, for the developers who want to disregard the cultural, historical sites that's supposed to be protected. If you are not capable of adopting a Kanaka Maoli mindset, you can change at any moment. You can decide, you know what? I'm going to stand up for what's right. I'm not going to let greed, the root of all evil, be what is guiding me. Use your na'au, use your common sense, use what you learn as a child. Return what is not yours, protect and preserve Hawaii for Hawaiians, as well as for all of us who live here and who live there on Kauai. Water and land. We all need water. I went to the Board of Water Kauai meeting. Supposedly 3.1 million gallons of water is leaking. And they mentioned the last 5 minutes of meeting and just, oh, you know what? I have to leave at like 11:30. And they just mentioned, oh yeah, 3.1 million gallons of water. And this was for the month of April that they were mentioning about. They said, we don't know where it's coming from. And they just ended the meeting at that. Tan at the end, 5 minutes. So 3.1 million gallons of water are still leaking for the month of May, and it's gonna still be for the month of June. So right here in Oahu right now, actually it's 18 minutes late. I'm supposed to be on the Zoom meeting for deciding on the water for Maui and for Oahu. All these things what we have to do. So please, your only job is to plan for the state, the fake state, the island, the Mokupuni of Kauai. Do what is right. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next commissioners, we have Alfred Keaka Hiona Madaros. I will promote you as panelist. You'll need to enable your audio and video and click on join as panelist. Then you'll be able to start your video and audio.
Aloha mai kako,
Go ahead.
Alfred Keaka Hiona Madaros. I'm speaking about the development planning in Kukui Ula by Mr. Gary Pinkston. I flew up 2 weeks ago. I talked to you guys before. Like I said, I would show up, and I showed up to Koloa. What I seen in Koloa was desecration, destruction, and disturbance of our iwi kupuna and a constant disregard to humanitarian in general. I witnessed the explosions happen at Koloa illegally by a company called Apex Explosives that's license was revoked, that is actually passing the buck over to Earthworks Pacific, who is doing the development for Mr. Gary Pinkston. I walked on that site and I told them they have no right to that aina because they don't, regardless of what you guys are permitting and planning over there. I'm letting you guys know right now, whatever paperwork you guys sign, it doesn't mean nothing to people like myself as a Kanaka Maoli. I will do everything I can to stop it from developing and stop it from happening. Just so that you guys know now. You guys can sign that paper today. You guys can do whatever you like, and I'll be one of those crew that fly up and stop them like how we did. Okay? So that you guys know that. So what I seen in Koloa is also happening down the road. I was taken to another location where they're planning to do these 2 developments. And one of these developments are being done or planned to be done on the biggest heiau in all Hawaii. Not just on Kauai, in all Hawaii, which is connected to our ancestors completely. And you know what? I figured it out that these colonizers, these gentrification people, don't give a damn about Kanaka Maoli, and that's why they want to do this. This is their plan. And you guys are permitting them to do so and to desecrate and eradicate our history as people. And I'm not going to let that happen. And you guys shouldn't let that happen too. If it's not for the cultural significance for us as Kanaka Maoli, please look at it as people who live in Hawaii and what's happening to our people. We are being pushed out by developers that don't care about us. None of these things are made for people to afford. This is not affordable living when it's $2.2 million per house. Like I said, $2.2 million per house. Can you guys on this planning committee afford that? None of you guys can. So what makes you think that anybody else can? Nobody else can. This is for people to come in and change the way we live in Hawaii. Gentrification is the new form of colonization. And this is what they're doing. Little by little, we will not be able to live here. This will be their little tropical paradise of their own for the millionaires. And you know what? We as local, as Kanaka need to be, we will be servants to them. I don't know about you, but I am no slave. And I will not be to anybody that comes over here that does not care about Hawaii or our people or our culture. So I'm letting you guys know this, Mr. Planning Committee. I will be up there in the next meeting because it seems like you guys got to see me in person to understand what I'm telling you. You guys need to stop everything that you guys are doing. This is not a request. This is not a request. You guys need to understand where enough is enough. That our people aren't able to survive and thrive in this Hawaii anymore. Our keiki won't have a place anymore. Like the Kanaka that came up before, he says he take care of the keiki in Koloa. I take care of all our keiki, all Hawaii. I care about all Hawaii keiki. And this right here needs to stop for them. You guys need to understand that what you guys are doing now will make whatever happens in our future. You guys have a place in our history right now to stop everything for Hawaii to be the betterment of our keiki. And if you guys continue to sign these paperwork thinking nonetheless nothing's gonna happen, then our keiki won't have a place to call home. They'll be calling places like Las Vegas, California, Colorado, Washington home. And that's not what they're made to do. They're made to be living here in Hawaii. Think about it like that. Like the sister said before this, if you guys are unable to do the job to protect and preserve Hawaii like how you should be, then please step down because there's people that are willing to do so for free. Like myself, I'll volunteer the time if I need to. Like I said, I'll fly up there on the next meeting, like how I flew up to Koloa and walked in and stopped this thing because I said the next time I come up, I'm not here to talk. I'm here to stop things happening. Just understand that. My kuleana is to protect all of Hawaii, our aina, and the people around us. And if I feel there's a threat, I'll make sure I'm there and present. And you guys should do the right thing because I will be present. If I gotta come door to door, I will, because that's my kuleana as a Kanakamoli. I know my place in this world. I know what I gotta do by any means necessary. So mahalo for you guys' time. For mahalo to everybody speaking up out there. And this is not gonna happen on our time or anybody's time. We're gonna stop Gary Pinkston and his ignorant ways. And I promise you, I will give my life to do so. So if you guys don't stop it legally, you guys will have to stop it criminally. Mahalo. Aloha.
Thank you. Next, we have, I'll identify this person as AS. I'll promote you as panelist. You'll need to click on join as panelist and you'll be able to start your video, unmute yourself. Please let us know which agenda item that you're interested in speaking on, and you have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Aloha, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, aloha, thank you. I wanted to comment on this meeting in particular about the administration. I was shocked to know that there was an 8:30 subdivision meeting today. It was listed at the very bottom of the County of Kauai Planning Commission webpage. At the very bottom, under every single outdated agenda from 2021, there's no way that the public looking at the top of the page could figure out that you needed to scroll all the way down to find this meeting that was happening today. That's violation of the Sunshine Law 92 that makes sure that there's a transparent way that the public can get access to what's happening in government. I also wanted to comment on Gary Pinkston. There was an article that came out in the Pacific Business News a year ago, and he was bragging about how he was going to come to Kauai and inundate the island with his development, how he was going to spend multi-millions of dollars in order to get a return on his investment and looking for investors even a year ago. His idea is to completely remake Kauai, especially the south side of Kauai, to look like Disneyland. It's not what anybody needs here. Third, I wanted to also mention the cultural analysis. There was supposed to be cultural analysis done for all the Kukui'ula development projects, but as another speaker said, We just got a notice about 3 or 4 weeks ago, so there's no way anything could have been complete right now. Finally, I wanted to ask, at the August 10th Planning Commission meeting, where the subdivision for the Kaloa 282 condos was mentioned, there was a subdivision committee meeting. And what we heard at that meeting was that it was going to only be a tentative approval for a subdivision. And the planning department director asserted that everything had to come back, both before the subdivision committee and the planning committee before a final approval, before any activity on the site. What happened? What happened? There has never been another hearing. That was August 10th of 2021, 10 months ago. The public has never been invited to comment on this again. Yet dynamite or a dynamite proxy has been blasting through the site in Kaloa up on Kiahuna Plantation Drive. Something's wrong. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Zoom attendee Alisa Andrews. I will promote you as panelist, and then what you'll need to do is click on join as panelist, start your video and unmute yourself. Please let us know which agenda item you are speaking on, and you have 3 minutes. No? Oh, we seem to have I think we may have, the person may have dropped out. Let's move on and we'll return to her if she comes back on. Let's move on to C. Martin. I will promote you as panelist. You'll need to enable your audio video and click on join as panelist. Start your video and unmute yourself. Please identify which agenda item you are interested in speaking on, and you would have 3 minutes.
Hello. So I just wanted to clarify that, is this the appropriate time to talk about the special permit and the proposed HPM facility, or are we still on the previous special subdivision meeting?
We are currently on the subdivision committee meeting, but Jody, would it be appropriate for them to wait or for them to speak on this agenda item?
I'm fine to wait for the other meeting to end, if that's okay.
Okay, we'll make note of that. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to we have Kiara Lorenzo Rodriguez. I'll promote you as panelist. Oops, wait. Yeah, promote you as panelist. What you need to do is start your video, unmute yourself. Please let us know which agenda item you are interested in speaking on, and you'll have 3 minutes per agenda item. Kiara, you'll need to unmute yourself.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Helena Mai Kako, before I start, I'd just like to state my intentions. My intentions today are the preservations of the Kanaka Maoli culture, our Aina, our Vai, and our Kai, and also our Aumakua. I'd like to also create this preservation for the next 7 to 21 generations. As I started, when I begin, I just want to claim that I am a lineal descendant of Kamakahele, and through this, I have plenty of kuleana that comes with being a Kanaka Maoli, and I know that it's an honor, a privilege, and a sacred duty. And my honor today is to uphold all the laws that command you folks to uphold all the laws that you guys set forth. And not only that, to question you guys again, what's the impact that subdivision would have on the community, what your sewer plans are, what your traffic plans are, and all these, the water that goes into the ocean and then affects all the food that Kanaka Maoli use. And all the fishermen will know this, from our opihi to our opai to the limu to our natural sea life, our honus, all these things are getting affected by the runoff that's now created by yet again another in 200 plus housing subdivision. I also want to talk about the loss of natural habitats for not only the nenegus, but we know that in these areas we have multiple different manu, multiple different seabirds. We also have the ape, which is our Hawaiian bats. And what really this looks like for them, losing yet again another crucial critical habitat that they have. I also want to make it known that the burial mounds in these lands are connected to not only the people of Kauai, but to all the outer islands. We know in the time of Manokalani Po and Kukona, there was a battle that happened here. The battle was named Kavelevele. And we know that through this battle, Manokalani Po, he showed great strategical efforts on his part. There was thousands of men that came from these outer islands, and he and his army of 500 went on to slay most of them, and he captured the chiefs of the outer islands, and he showed them mercy. As a matter of fact, he sent them all home, and he fixed their canoes, and he gave them provisions, and he let them all live another day. So this is just a fine example that you guys can all learn from this Ali, and how the Ali of Kauai were not wasteful. They didn't even want to see their people die. They wouldn't even shed blood. They wanted to bring peace for their people, and they love their lands, and they love their people as well. And not a lot of Ali can boast these things, but the Ali of Kauai can. I just want to finish with a Olelo Noyao that says, "Ahu vale ka po'o kela I kau hana ia ha'i." It's through the way you serve others that your greatness will be felt. So I command you folks to serve us greatly, because we deserve that. We deserve a voice. Our voice has been taken for too many years, and we're all here asking you, begging you, pleading you that you side with the Kanaka Maoli for once. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Cox Freaky LLP. I will promote you as panelist. What you need to do is enable your audio videos, press on join as panelist. You will need to start your video and unmute yourself.
Hi, good morning. I'm here to on the HPM matter, so I will reserve any comment.
We'll make note of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Kanani Fu. I will promote you as panelist. You'll need to enable your audio, video, and click on join as panelist. Then you'll need to start your video and unmute yourself.
Just listening in. Thank you very much. No comment at this time.
Right, thank you very much. Okay. Next we have Tessie Kinnaman will promote you as panelist. What you'll need to do is click join as panelist, start your video and unmute yourself. Let us know which agenda item you are interested in speaking on. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Tessie Kinnaman for the record. Aloha Subdivision Committee. My testimony is on I-1 and also I-2. And first question is, I like to ask the commissioners if they have the Kukui'ula ordinance in front of them. I mean, if they are familiar with the Kukui'ula ordinance. And because I will be speaking on conditions in the ordinance. And the conditions, there's 15 pages of conditions that was created in 2004, but the conceptual plan for Kukui'ula was done in, like, I'd say 1999. And so what I'm asking for subdivision committee, I recommend that you defer decisions on the subdivision application number S 2022-6 and also the final subdivision map approval for S 2021-1 because I feel that conditions have not been met and there are a bunch of conditions that I'd like to go through. And if you have a pencil handy, I would like for you to at least make note of page 4 of the conditions. It's condition number 7A, and it is in regards to the major project roadway through the Kukila project. Also, number seven, condition number 7. That's number 15A, C, and D. And condition A and D refer to, if I have I'll read condition A. As represented, the applicant shall develop, dedicate, and perpetually maintain a 20-acre active regional community park within the project as shown on Exhibit ZA-1 entitled Conceptual Community Park Plan. The improvements to be provided by the applicant shall include multi-purpose fields that accommodate baseball, football, soccer, and possibly skate parks, as well as pavilions. The applicant shall dedicate the park to the county upon completion of the improvements, and the applicant shall enter into a maintenance agreement with the county for the maintenance of the park. And also, condition D, it reads, the applicant shall dedicate a minimum 20-foot wide lateral beach access easement along the Kukuila Bay shoreline. The applicant shall also develop, dedicate to the county and perpetually maintain the properties identified as TMK 2611, 13, 14, 15, and 16 as it was identified in 1999 as a public park. The county shall have the option of moving the existing structures thereon. Improvements may include an additional boat launch, ramp, additional parking, pavilions, landscaping, shade trees, shower facilities, and a playground area. The specific improvements will be decided by the County Parks Division in consultation with all stakeholders, including the community, the applicant, and neighbors through a community planning process. So I think those two conditions should be on a priority list for the Kukila to develop before subdivision approval. And also, I think there should be updates on condition number 24. I'm looking at they would have to do with the archaeological surveys. And I don't know how much of that you can do on the section where the resort that's in parcels J, K, and L that's supposedly going to be built. And I watched that portion there being built. It's like a 5 to 7 story hillside mountain that was built in the past year and a half. I've watched it from the harbor being grown. And there should be updates on the TIAR update. That's a traffic impact analysis report that has not been done since I think the Moana Corporation Tiahuna projects, Canusin projects was done, I think probably in 2004. So it's getting close to 20 years since an update for the Kauai area. And as the residents can feel that the Koloa town proper, we are being inundated with visitors, which we welcome. However, the community is suffering.
Okay, thank you very much, and we appreciate the testimony that you have given
Was
to us
that
today.
was that my 3 minutes?
You're
Excuse
6
me.
minutes. You're
Or 6?
7 minutes. So
Oh.
thank you very much for your testimony this morning. And if we can move on.
Right, thank you. Next we have Kalanui Perez, promote you as panelist. What you'll need to do is to click the join as panelist, then you'll be able to start your video and unmute yourself. Oh, see. Oh, I think we have lost it. I think we may have lost the person. I think we'll monitor that and see if the person, oh, here we are. Go ahead. Kalanui. Okay, Kalanui promoted you as panelist. Okay, there you go. You need to unmute yourself. Kalanui, you need to unmute yourself.
Sorry.
Okay.
Aloha,
There
my
you
name
go.
is Kulanui, and I wanted to make testimony on behalf of the Kiahuna subdivision development. And I just wanted on record that after they did that first initial blast, there was a ripple effect further up from their blast site all the way to the top of Papa Trail, where they actually ended up blowing holes unintentionally through the lava tubes that resides underneath Papa Trail. They continuously refuse to admit that it exists. These are holes that previously, before the blast, did not exist, and they continue to deny that they do now in fact exist. There is going to be impacts that they have no idea is going to happen because they have not done a proper survey of the site. There are lava tubes that run down through the housing divisions below them. In fact, Pilimai also has over 30 open lawsuits against them because of the way the ground is beneath them, and the residents there were not informed of it, or like the current owners. I also want to make note that there is no planning for more schools to be built within Koloa, and Koloa School is already at capacity. Summer programs for families are at, like, they're beyond capacity right now. Even programs that cost $800 a month plus are at beyond capacity. They can't take any more children. So I want it to be known that these housing is in fact not meant to be for any long-term residents. They are for tourists. Had they been planned for any residents at all, we would have had these planning in place. There would have been more schools intended to be built, or schools would have been enlarged to be built. We would have more kids programs for families living here and working. So I just want to put that it's very blatant that these homes are not being made for families who are going to continue living here and providing as part of our economy. Another thing I want to point out is that Gary Pinkston and the people working for him, especially as archaeologists, aren't working as true archaeologists. I myself am an archaeology student. I'm finished with all my archaeology classes actually at UH West Oahu, and I'm only waiting to graduate when I'm finished taking whatever electives to meet my graduation elective credit requirements. And as an archaeology student, I know in fact that they did not provide any proper surveys of the site. They did not conduct any meetings with residents of Koloa, especially residents who have been there from time immemorial. Residents who can tell you that there are ahu on that property, residents who can tell you, and myself as an archaeology student, I can blatantly see the lava tubes that Gary Pinkston people have said are there. You can see exposed lava tubes on that site. Another thing is the nene geese. There were over 20 nene geese that we observed walking the site after their nesting areas have been graded. There were much more that we couldn't see, but you could hear them in the brush from the areas that weren't graded yet. And the biologists have all said that, no, there's no nesting there. They've been playing this game of denial to get away with what they're doing. Another thing that happened at that site was while they were building the black fences towards the back of the golf course side, not the road side, but the golf course side. I saw them while they were doing that, and I asked them, are you guys leaving passageways for these nene geese? And Gary said, oh, well, our biologist says it's okay. And I was like, okay, who's your biologist? And he refused to give me any name. He didn't know the name. Yes.
That was for 4 minutes. I just wanted to also just interject a little bit. The Keohuna matter is not on the subdivision committee agenda 1 or agenda 2 today. But thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. Turn it back to Miles. Are there any other callers or any other Zoom attendees to recognize?
Yes, Jody, I think we've gone through the list of those that have joined us by Zoom, but we'd like to return to the phone callers. I think another person has come in. So this would be phone number 808-720-1091. Will allow you to talk. What you need to do is press *6 to unmute yourself. If you feel comfortable, please identify yourself and clarify which agenda item you wish to testify on. You need to unmute yourself. Press *6. There you go.
Hi, Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, Aloha, I would like to give testimony in opposition of subdivision application number 5/2022-6 and 5/2021-1. First of all, I'd like to say that we're in a housing crisis. Stop allowing the privatization and gentrification of Kauai. This housing crisis is at an all-time high. Why do we continue to prioritize tourist accommodations? This developer is selling off Kauai and marketing the Keohuna project, who is the same developer doing this project at Kukui'ula at the Lihue Airport. How can we allow this? Locals can't find housing, but we're allowing Gary Pinkston to sell us out to tourists the second they step foot off of a plane. The investors who are walking off of the planes and seeing these signs plastered all over the car rental and the baggage claim, this is shameful. This developer is also making payouts to local schools like Koloa Elementary School, trying to brainwash the local community. Meanwhile, our small local schools are being pushed beyond capacity, while the Planning Commission carelessly approves these projects that will have negative impacts for generations to come. Once again, we do not have a traffic plan. Both of these projects this developer is developing has one road in and one road out. If a tsunami or a hurricane or any mass evacuation event happened on the south side of Kauai, including the Waitaw Reservoir that could breach on any day, it's a disaster waiting to happen. Our landfill is at capacity. Why do we keep allowing more development? Look at Maui. We are at a crucial point where you guys have to realize, are we going to be Oahu? Are we going to be Waikiki? Are we going to be Maui? Do you want it to come to that point, or do you want to keep Kauai the way it is? You guys have to start thinking about the next generation and not just 1 or 2, 7, 10 generations from now. If we're suffering now, where will they be? There is corruption within the county. We have people like Kanani Fu, who is on this meeting, and just a few months ago, she worked for the county of Kauai. as the development manager and the prior housing director. Now she works for Gary Pinkston. She's not the only prior county employee who works for him and is on his payroll. We've got multiple ex-county attorneys that are also now representing him. Cultural Surveys Hawaii should be banned from operating in the state. They're notorious grave robbers and desecrators. Look at Koloa Landing. That pool is built from a lava tube that was the same thing collapsed and destroyed for a swimming pool. How can this man who has declared no cultural significance for thousands of acres be allowed to continue to erase history? This man has approved thousands of hundreds of burials to be removed. And there's still pending kapakakai analysis for this property. How are you guys approving this without having these analyses done? There's laws put in place to prevent everything that's happening, yet the county is not upholding the law. Instead, the county has written agreements with mass landowners and developers who truly have no title to the land. 60-1 definition. Legislation finds that caves are unique landforms and often contain irreplaceable resources of immense cultural, spiritual, aesthetic, and scientific value. These cultural and spiritual resources include human burials and other evidence of Native Hawaiian Kanaka use and their associated traditions are in need of greater protection. The County of Kauai was suggested in 2003 to preserve 4,000 acres of the caves. Much of this development that you guys are now approving would have been deemed critical habitat if the County of Kauai would have preserved more of the Koloa cave ecosystem, which is considered to be one of the 10 most critically endangered cave ecosystems in the world. I ask you guys to please start thinking about your choices that you are making. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Chair, we've gone through all the telephone numbers and Zoom attendees that have joined the meeting. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Alicia Andrews has come back and joined us. Let me see if she would be interested in providing testimony. I'll promote you as panelist. What you would need to do is click on the join as panelist. Right, there you go. To join us, you'll need to click on join as panelist, and then you'll need to start your video and unmute yourself. Did she drop out again? Okay, I think she dropped out. Okay, so Jody, looks like we've gone through the all the telephone numbers and the Zoom attendees that have joined the meeting. I guess I'll make a last call. Is there anyone on the Zoom link who has not testified and would like to do so? Please raise your virtual hand at this time to be recognized. All right, Julie, I think I'll turn it back to you and the chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else physically present wanting to testify on the subdivision committee meeting agenda? There also be ample opportunity to testify on matters on the agenda 1 and also on agenda 2. So at this point, anyone wants to final call for any testimony to, on the subdivision committee meeting agenda? Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, may I ask for a 5-minute recess?
Sure. Can we come back at 10 o'clock?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we may call the subdivision committee meeting back to order. It's about 10:02. And with that, if I can just turn this back over to Jody.
I don't see her in the audience again. There was one lady that wished to testify in person. I don't see her in the audience right now. So sorry, Chair, I'm gonna just go step out and just make sure she's here. Call her. Ready? Okay.
Aloha. My name is Cynthia Kimokeo Kapahulihua Ka'imina Oahu. It's a long length of names, but that's the names of my legacy. And then my parents, my grandparents have been in the Koloa area in the late 1800s, 1900s. My grandmother was born in Koloa in 1903. My mom was born in Koloa. We've been residents of Koloa for many, many years. So I'm not here to say how to do your job. I'm just here to say that my legacy is resident of the Koloa Poipu area. And I was born in a time that I was so fortunate not to see any resorts of development in the area. And it does affect every generation. And now my children, of course, have not seen what I've seen. So I'm here to share that. Yes, improvement was, necessary, but however, on the changes, and I'm not sure which area I'm speaking on, I'm just speaking in the development in the Koloa and Poipu area. It's because we enjoy that aina, we enjoy the beaches. But I don't know if anybody can see it on my point of view. We love everybody, we care for it. But I'm the kupuna in that end to see that, sometimes enough is enough. And we need to deal with what we have presently and not worry so much about the future because we don't know we have a tomorrow sometimes. Because, the Lord controls it, not us. However, for our keikis, we need them to enjoy what I enjoyed. I enjoyed our beaches. I enjoyed to walk down the beach when I want to walk through the cane fields, which there is none now. But basically, I just want to speak for the legacy of my family side. I'm a resident. No matter what or where you build or improve in the Koloa area, it will affect us. It has affected us throughout these many generations. Because as we improve as a resident, we get penalized too. I mean, we pay taxes as things improve. And yes, we have to play our part. However, there's only so much we as the residents can handle because we don't have the, investors that's helping us who live on Hawaii and live on Kauai to help us with our necessary things we need, maybe to improve our own land. And I can speak that from experience because for me, when I have to go to the county and to improve, maybe to get a water line and stuff, I can't do it because I can't afford it. I can't put a water meter because it's maximum. So I don't have those numbers. I don't have that money to do that. So I'm just here to say, as you proceed, really truly need to think about the ones who really lived here all their lives. We don't have those big investors to help us to live the day to day. We're just thankful we have a roof over our head, food on our back, and that takes sometimes 3-4 jobs for us to do that. But for my family, I say, please, let's enjoy what we have presently. and maybe not build so much, but only the areas that's really, really necessary. And thank you for your time. I appreciate this.
Thank you. Okay, Chair, we're on G, general business matters. There's none for this meeting. Item H, unfinished business. There's none for this meeting. So we're on item I, new business for action. 1, preliminary subdivision map approval, subdivision application number S 2022-6, Kukui'ula Development Company LLC, MP Kauai HH Development Fund LLC, Kukui'ula Parcel HH subdivision, proposed 51 lot subdivision, TMK 4260019026029 and 031 Kolo, Kauai.
Okay, with that, okay, we've heard a lot of testimony on this. We've read a lot. Commissioner DeGracia, if you have any questions at this time?
No questions at this time.
I do have one. Madam Clerk, I think there was a comment that came up earlier this morning regarding the publication of the notice and the issue of timeliness on that.
Sure. As required under sunshine law, under HRS 92, we did provide and post the agenda and the packet on the commission website, also posted the agenda at county council. I believe we also posted on the bulletin board outside of this room here. And that's a minimum 6 days prior to the meeting. I think it was posted on Wednesday, so that was actually about 7 days, calendar days prior to this meeting. And the packet is also available, a physical packet is also available for inspection up at our counter. So that's, those things were posted for both, for the subdivision committee meeting, the agenda 1, which again is another redo of the February 8th, 2022 meeting, and also for the agenda 2, which of the planning commission, which is the HPM matter.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I guess due to the unusual circumstances that we have regarding these agenda items here, I think at this time, we'd like to entertain a motion to ratify the February 8, 2022 actions of the subdivision committee meeting of application S-2022-6.
Before I make any motions, I'd like to thank everybody who testified today. As stated by Commissioner Cheryl Cole, that we are revisiting testimony or this item that the commission, the subdivision committee had made motions on February 8th. I appreciate that additional testimony. It gave me a lot of insight. It did not fall on deaf ears. However, this is an unusual situation. At this time, I move to ratify February 8, 2022 action of the subdivision committee on application S-2022-6.
With that, I'll second the motion.
What is that? Can you read what that is so that we know what you're voting on, please?
Subdivision application S-2022-6. This was a tentative approval for a parcel in Kukui'ula.
For a partial subdivision?
Sorry,
I just can't hear what you're now.
Yeah, so just to maintain some order, we're, if you wanted to say the same thing, you'd speak to the mic, but the time for public testimony did come and go.
It was just a question because you want to ratify something that I don't think anybody here knows what you're talking about, including myself. So if you could please read us what you're trying to ratify.
So again, the motion on the table is to ratify the previous action done on February 8th, 2022, pertaining to subdivision application S-2022-6. I need to roll call vote.
Unless you have any other further comments or discussions to make?
No further comments.
If not, Madam Clerk, remember roll call vote.
Sure. Chair DeGracia,
Aye.
and, I'm sorry, Commissioner DeGracia and Chair Ako.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, you're in item 2, final subdivision map approval, subdivision application S 2021-1, Kukui'ula Development Company LLC, Kukui'ula Parcel 1 subdivision, proposed 40 lot subdivision, TMK 426-015 and 00, parcel 001.
Jody, I'd like to make a correction. It's Kukui'ula Parcel I subdivision.
I'm sorry, not 1, it's parcel, Kukui'ula Parcel I subdivision.
Okay, with that, if you have any final questions, Commissioner?
I have a question for the applicant, if possible. Good morning. I was just wondering if you could break down that additional transmittal that we just received with that map.
Sure. For the record, Monica Trask, on behalf of applicant in this case, let me get the Kukui'ula Development Company LLC. And just for the record, I want to be 100% crystal clear. Kukui'ula Development LLC, applicant for subdivision S-2021-1, is not Gary Pinkston. We are not Meridian Pacific. We are not affiliated with Keohuna. Development over there by Hapa Road. We're miles to the west, entirely within land that had been under intense sugar and or pineapple cultivation since 1835. So with that, thank you. We did submit yesterday as additional testimony, anticipating the concern and being very ma'a to what's been going around the past couple months, a map that contains a location of 2021-1 in relation to the archaeological inventory survey, the first one, which was initially prepared and approved in 1988. So at the very inception of the Kukui'ula development plan, when this was still in sugar, Kukui'ula started doing its research and started reaching out and looking at archaeological studies, looking at the historical record, looking at the Mahele records, speaking with Native Hawaiians and community members in that area. And so that's what this map shows. It's a relation of the present subdivision outlined in red and areas of concern or important sites is how it was presented on the transmittal. Heiau, burial sites, lava tubes, those 3 items. And so as you can see, 2021-1 is nowhere near any of these sites. And it's confusing, I think, for people who are not from Kauai or are not familiar necessarily with the south side or are very concerned and inadvertently conflate different developments that are going on at different times. So that's what the map shows. Heiau are in blue. There is one to the west near Lawai, I would call it Ellerton's, Lawai Valley. It's not the largest heiau in the state by any means, but that's one. There's also one behind, if you look on the right lower portion of the map, located behind Prince Kuhio Park. That heiau is actually now within what's called the Kamala'ula Reserve, which is a 15-acre to 20-acre parcel that Kukui'ula approached and donated to the Royal Order of Kamehameha, Chapter 3, Kamali'i chapter, I believe, in beginning in the 90s and finally finalized it in 2000 sometime. But that kind of goes to show, and this whole area, including potential burial sites, historic sites, is now the property of the Royal Order, who takes care of it, and every summer they get grant money to have the kids help clean it up. So that is what that map shows. And again, for everyone, I'll share this with the public if they want to see it after. 2021, final subdivision, all the infrastructure is put in as required by the tentative map and previous tentative approval. Series of archaeological studies beginning in '88, cultural impact assessments in the '90s and the 2000s, all have been done. There is a current Kauai analysis that is going on that's covering other subdivisions in the area. And that is not to say that previous ones hadn't been done, but given what the ledge has recently done with requiring state and county boards and commissions to go through Native Hawaiian training in this very important area, by the way, the planning department has notified everyone of remind them of the standards within Kauai and encourage them to follow a more specific template. And that is what Kukui'ula, in part, amongst others, is doing in reapproaching the community so as to, bootstrap and suspenders what's already been done.
Thank you, Moncat. And just for clarification, I'm looking, and forgive me because this map is very tiny.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at that the project area, and I can't identify any AL burial sites or latitudes on that particular parcel.
Oh, absolutely not. And it's multiple parcels, a 40-lot subdivision, including roads, easements, and residential lots. So there is nothing there. It was, and for those of everyone who remembers sugar cane in that area, again, it was in there for like 200 years. So there's totally nothing there.
Thank you for clarifying. No further questions.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hey, anything else? Sure.
No further questions.
I think like the other application, would like to entertain a motion to ratify.
Motion to ratify the February 8, 2022 action of the subdivision committee on application S-2021-1.
And with that, I'll second.
Okay,
Madam Clerk?
okay, roll call vote. Commissioner DeGracia,
Aye.
Chair Ako,
Aye.
motion passes. Okay, with that, we're on, okay, item K, adjournment for the subdivision committee.
Motion to adjourn.
Second that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
With that, this meeting is adjourned.
I think we'll maybe take a 5-minute recess or so before we begin on agenda number 1 for the planning commission.
Calling the planning commission session into agenda one.
Chair, if I can do the roll call. Okay. Commissioner Uphold.
Here.
Commissioner Apisa. Here. Commissioner DeGracia.
Here.
Commissioner Otsuka. Here. And Chair Cox.
Here.
You have a quorum. Okay. Item C, approval of the agenda.
I would actually like to entertain a motion to amend the agenda so that we can have item L to follow item F2, and that would mean that the agency hearings would immediately be followed by new business. I have such a motion.
Motion to amend the agenda as stated.
Is there a second? Been moved and seconded. We have a roll call vote.
Yes. I can do a roll call. Commissioner Uphold.
Aye.
Commissioner Apisa. Aye. Commissioner DeGracia.
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka.
Aye.
And Chair Cox.
Aye.
Motion passes.
So given the unusual nature of this, because again, agenda one is relooking or at the earlier date of the commission meeting, I would like to actually have a motion to move into executive session at this point.
Motion to move into executive session.
Second. And Chair can read the executive session language if you choose, okay?
Go ahead, yeah. Pursuant to Hawaii revised statutes, sections 92-4 and 92-5, A4, the purpose of this executive session is to consult with the county's legal counsel on questions, issues, status, and procedural matters. This consultation involves consideration of the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and/or liabilities of the commission and the county as they relate to the following matters. Class 4 zoning permit, Z-4-22-4, and use permit U-2022-4 to allow construction of a new tour/administration and repair facility, aircraft hangar, and associated improvements on a parcel, my glasses are fogging up from this mass. Parcel located along the Mackay side. Mackay side, Hukini Road in Lihue, situated approximately 1/2 mile north of Lihue Airport Terminal, further identified as tax map key 3-5-001-008, and affecting a portion of a larger parcel containing 720.974 acres. Airborne Aviation Inc. The director's report was received on the 25th of January 2022. The executive session will also be on amendment to special management area use permit SMAU 2001-2 to allow construction of a boat storage facility or building on a parcel situated at the terminus of Kukuna Road and Aliamanu, further identified as 5171 Kukuna Road, tax map key 4-9-005 005 containing a total area of 8.142 acres, Richard Hill. And finally, also Class 4 zoning permit Z-4-2022-5 and use permit U-2022-5 to allow installation of an interpretive signage and associated site improvements at the Hanapepe Town Park and Playground Facility in Hanapepe along the western side of Kona Road and immediately adjacent to the Hanapepe Fire Station, further identified as tax map key 4-1-9-005.048 and containing a total area of 45,600 square feet. That was the State of Hawaii Department of Transportation Director's Report received 1/25/22.
Chair, do a roll call vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Pisa?
Aye.
Commissioner DeGracia?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
And Chair Cox?
Aye. So we'll now go into executive session.
Sure, is there like a time frame you would estimate for the public side of meeting?
Okay, 5 to 10 minutes.
Take 5 to 10 minutes, so about in 10 minutes, so that'll be 10:45. We'll return at 10:45, okay.
Thank you for your patience.
the minutes of the meeting of the Planning Commission, 1 September 28, 2021.
Any questions, concerns about the minutes? If not, can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve minutes of September 20, 2021 meeting.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Minutes of the October 12th, 2021 meeting.
Questions, concerns? Not there, entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the minutes of October 12th, 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any concerns? Not, let's take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item E, receipt of items for the record. There are no additional items for the record for this agenda. Item F, hearings and public comments. So for the public sake, there are two planning commission agendas that we're going to go through now at this point today. Agenda 1 is a repeat of the February 28, 2022 meeting. The agenda contains the following 3 matters as well as the subdivision matters. Class 4 zoning permit Z4 2022-4 and use permit U 2022-4. Applicant was Airborne Aviation. Also an amendment to SMA use permit SMAU 2022-2001-2. Applicant was Richard Hill. And class 4 zoning permit Z4 2002-5 and use permit U 2022-5. Applicant is the State of Hawaii Department of Transportation. The agenda 2 contains class 4 permit Z4 2022-8, use permit U 2022-8, and special permit SP 2022-1. And the applicant is HPM Building Supply. So at this point, we are addressing public comments and oral testimony for matters on agenda 1. Agenda 2 will also contain an opportunity for the public to provide public comments and oral testimony as well. But for both agendas, the oral testimony will be taken in the following manner. First, we're going to recognize all speakers who have signed up to testify in person who are physically present at the publicly noticed meeting location, Lihui Civic Center, Moikeha Building, Meeting Room 2A, 2B, 4444 Rice Street, Lihui, Hawaii. Next, we will recognize all callers by telephone number who have elected to attend the meeting by phone using the join by phone telephone number provided on the agenda. Finally, we will recognize all attendees who have elected to join the meeting using the Zoom link provided on the agenda. When you're called upon, please identify yourself if you are comfortable doing so, and clarify which agenda item you wish to testify on. All testifiers will be given 3 minutes per testifier per agenda item. If you are not interested in providing testimony, please indicate so when you are called upon. If you have internet connectivity issues, please consider joining the meeting using the join by phone telephone number provided on the agenda. Please also note that the meeting is viewable through the live stream broadcast at www.hawaii.gov/webcast-meeting. Please note, though, that the live stream broadcast does not provide a means to provide testimony. Please refer again to the agenda for instructions on how to provide public testimony. Okay, so there's no speakers that were signed up to testify for Agenda 1, but are there anyone here in the audience wishing to testify on Agenda 1? Okay.
I want to, Felicia Calvin for the record, County Council member. I can't get the internet in here and I didn't see an agenda anywhere. Is some of this for the Department of Transportation, that piece, is that on Agenda 1?
Yes.
Okay, so kind of in alignment with one of the speakers said back here, it is so hard to understand what any of these topics are about. My concern is that about the expansion of the airport? Is the Department of Transport? No. Okay, thank you.
Not at all. Yeah, so the matter, again, this is a redo of the previous agenda heard on February 8, 2022. That matter had pertained to the interpretive signs in the Hanakabe area.
Oh, okay. And is the airport expansion anywhere on there? Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't hearing that in the background.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else physically present here today wishing to testify on agenda 1? If not, I'm gonna turn it over to Miles and Marissa to handle the conference caller, or the call-in folks and also the Zoom attendees.
Thank you, Jody. Turning to callers who have elected to attend the meeting by phone using the join by phone telephone number provided on the agenda, we will recognize each caller by the phone number that was used to call into the meeting one by one. We'll enable your audio, and what you will need to do is press *6 to unmute your phone in order for you to speak or for us to hear you. If you are comfortable doing so, please identify yourself, and also please clarify which agenda item or items you wish to testify on. You'll be given 3 minutes per agenda item for your testimony. And also, if you're not interested in providing testimony, please indicate so when you are recognized. So I will begin with phone number 808-635-3231. I have allowed you to speak.
No testimony today. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That is all that we have for those that have called in by phone. I will now move over to the Zoom attendees. Turning to those who have elected to attend this meeting using the Zoom link provided on the agenda, I will recognize each attendee one by one, promote you as panelists. Once you click on join as panelist, you'll be able to click on start video and unmute yourself. If you please clarify which agenda item or items you wish to testify. You'll be given 3 minutes per agenda item to present your testimony. Also, if you're not interested in providing testimony, then please indicate so when you're recognized. And as previously indicated, any of the Zoom attendees experience internet connectivity issues, please use the join by phone telephone number, and we'll return to any new callers for testimony before concluding the oral testimony portion of this agenda. So let me move on to and start with attendee C. Martin. I will promote you as panelist. And what you'll need to do is click on join as panelist, and you'll be able to start your video and unmute yourself. And you'll be given 3 minutes per agenda item. C. Martin?
Yeah, I have no testimony for agenda item 1. I'll wait for agenda item 2. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make note of that. Okay. Next, we'll move on to Tara Rojas, promote you as panelist. What you'll need to do is click on join as panelist, then you'll start your video and unmute yourself. Tara? You'll need to unmute yourself, Tara. Okay.
Okay. Aloha.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'll keep it to 3 minutes, but I just want to say, so this is for 4A, 5A, and just for what was approved at the subdivision committee meeting. So I just want to ask you a question to y'all. Is this really, does public testimony have any effect on your decisions? Or as you as a commission, as a board, already have your decision made? I heard you say in the last one, since it's the same item agenda, that, you know, it hasn't fallen on deaf ears. This is unusual. And you know what's really disheartening, just to hear you all say, just like matter of just going through the motions. Okay, do we approve? You just approve it, like nothing. As if 2 hours of testimony in opposition, 71 pages in opposition to the Kukui Ula, to these approval, you know, of these developments, again, by foreign developers, for outsiders. When, and like, If you didn't hear the kupuna sitting right in front of you in person, telling you her mo'okuaukau from the 1800s, from before, if that doesn't move you and you're just, it is falling on deaf ears because 71 pages of testimony, 2 hours of live testimony, and you're just at the end, it's just, okay, well, we're 10 or the preliminary approval, I, and that's it. Please think about what you're doing. And if this is just all for show, please step down and remove yourselves. We need people in there with Kanaka Moli mindset who are there to listen to the kupuna, who are there of blood or of Kanaka Maoli mindset, indigenous mindset, to do what is right for Kauai. Please do not at the end of this meeting just add, okay, for item number 4858, tentative preliminary approval, 71 pages opposition, 2 hours of live testimony. We all approve? Aye. That's Heva. And why are you even using Olelo Hawaii, to prove what the Kanaka Maoli are saying Aole to? That should be your response. Please take a stand. Do not let money, profit over people, run this planning committee. Listen, make the right decisions. Mahalo.
Thank you. Commissioners, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Kulanui Perez. Promote you as panelist. What you'll need to do again is click on join as panelist, start your video, and then unmute yourself. And then also please let us know which agenda item you would like to testify.
I don't have any testimony for an agenda item currently. I just had a question for the planning department. I do want to know how many of you are actually Kanaka Maoli? How many of you have Hawaiian descent and are sitting on this board right now?
Sorry, so this is the opportunity for you folks to provide testimony to the commission. There's typically not a back and forth or question answer at this point. So this is really your opportunity to share any insight or testimonies, viewpoints that the commission should consider.
Well, I already gave testimony earlier, and we saw earlier other people had questions for the panel real quick. So this is my real quick question, just to clarify, how many of you are Kanaka Maoli?
So again, this is not a portion where there's a back and forth dialogue.
No, I'm not going back and forth. I just want to know how many of you are Kanaka Maoli, and then just be done with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah. This is, again, part of your testimony. Thank you. It's your time.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take that as none of you then, because no one's answering. I'm gonna take that in response as none of you are Kanaka Maoli on this panel right now. Thank you.
Next we have AS. I'll promote you as panelist. So what you'll need to do is click join as panelist and start your video and unmute yourself. Do you wish to testify on any agenda item?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Unfortunately, this feels like a charade. We heard, 15, 18 community members testify against S-20226, and S-20211, and they were ratified in about 40 seconds. There was no discussion on the panel. One gentleman said he understood the concerns and immediately voted to approve everything. Every speaker here has questioned what the planning commissioners and subdivision committee members are doing on this panel if they're not here to uphold the values of the island, if they're not here to uphold Hawaiian culture and understand what the community is saying and the community concerns. This feels like a kangaroo court. Something has to give. The woman who just spoke asked a very clear question. There's never been a dialogue between the Planning Commission and the community members. It's all one way. I think it's important for everybody to recognize that the mayor alone appoints all of the Planning Commission members. Then they're approved by the council, but the mayor appoints everybody on this Planning Commission. And none of you have taken into account one word of the last 2 hours. I think it's a frightening situation. That's it.
Thank you. Next we have Kiara Lorenzo Rodriguez. I have forwarded you to panelists. You need to click on join as panelists, then you can start your video, unmute yourself.
Can you folks hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to again go over the amakuas are the native animals that are in this area, especially with the noted explosive that they were using. We know that this is a area where the ape or the bats, where they have their natural habitats and where they have their nesting. And for me, I just have the quick question of what are those sounds doing to the babies that are in the area? And we know that in all the shrub, it says it's like 10 to 15 feet where they leave their babies while they go and search for their food. But if nobody is taking into account to this during their pupping season, which is June 1st to September 15th, there's a risk that young bats would be harmed or killed because they can't fly or move away from the disturbance. And also the fencing in the area that obstruct the flying of all our natural animals. And also, again, to just kind of hit the hammer on the nail one more time about the nene and how their nests are all in there. And it's kind of crazy for fish and wildlife to say, oh, there's no nest there when they're clearly evident. It's while they work all day, they have to find other homes, especially throughout the golf course. And then they come back and they kind of look at all their areas that were, again, destroyed. So once again, this is just me kind of trying to enforce you folks to help us protect our native species. When we look towards the other islands throughout Hawaii, we see that they do their due diligence to protect these animals. They're endangered. So I, again, command you folks to do your due diligence and protect our amakua. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next, we have Tessie Kinnaman. I've enabled your audio and video. Please click on join as panelists. Then you'll be able to start your video and also unmute yourself. Please let us know which agenda item you're interested in speaking on. Tessie?
You promoted me instead of Tessie, but I would just take this opportunity to say that Commission, please avoid using Olelo Hawaii to ratify and to approve any of these HEVA decisions. And please make a motion to defer them or to disregard them completely. Do Pono for once on behalf of Kanakamoli.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Tessie, I've enabled your audio and video. Please click on start, click join as panelists. You can start your video and unmute yourself.
Oops.
There you go.
Aloha, commissioners. Tessie Kinnaman for the record. I'd like to speak on M3 and 4, the Kukila developments. And I'd like to continue from my testimony from the subdivision committee. I would like to recommend that the commissioners work with the planning director to amend condition number 31 of the Kukui'ula ordinance, which is PM 2004-370. I wish you would all familiarize yourselves with these conditions. And there's 15 pages of conditions. And there needs to be a time frame put on a couple of these conditions so the community at least can benefit from this opportunity zone projects. Because it's approaching 20 years, and I sure wouldn't want to see this project look like the Moana Corporation project, where it took the developers to put in a public restroom for over just about 20 years. And this is looking like the same thing. It smells like the same thing. So at least amend for now condition number 31, which reads, the applicant is advised that prior to and or during construction and use, additional governmental agency conditions may be imposed. It shall be the applicant's responsibility to resolve these conditions with their respective agencies. And one priority, there's several priorities, but the first priority would be to dedicate the harbor part, which has already been done for several years, and the applicant has developed it, and now they need to do is dedicate it to the county and perpetually maintain the park. And that's the harbor park down at Kukui'ula, and that's about 4 parcels. And it's already done. There's a parking lot, all that stuff. And the public has been using it thoroughly, and so has the new residents over there, the Kukui'ula development. And another one that should be done, included in this implementation plan for the time frame, that they develop and dedicate the 20-acre park and perpetually maintain the park. It's a community park. It's a regional community park that is across from the recently built Kukui'ula employee housing across the street on Poipu Road. And there are several cultural sites there. And so if they can, as soon as they can, so the community has something to go to besides Kolo Baseball Park. It's getting too small. Our community is growing with local residents, especially with children. So we need all that space for them. And if they can build during this pandemic, if they can build a 5 to 7 tiered mountainside across from the harbor, which I think it encompasses the lot 2 TMK 2615001, which is supposedly from conceptual plan, supposed to be the hotel resort area. At least these two conditions be amended to implement a time frame that these two conditions be completed before construction or before subdivision approval, which you guys just approved. And of course, there is still archaeology to be followed up on, update on the waste management plan. And got my notes here. And the thing is, these projects are in an opportunity zone. And so I think there also still needs to be a traffic impact analysis report done or updated, because I don't recall when it was last done. If there was one done for the Kukila housing project, I think they may have used the Moana Corporation one or Knudsen Trust one it's so old already, because it'll affect the roundabout there at the Koloa and Kalani Kaumaka intersection, because with these developments, it should be creating more traffic. And so we need to put in that fourth spoke of the roundabout where it connects to Maluhia Road and Alakinohiki. So it'd be good traffic flow there. And I think that's pretty much, and there is another condition, number 7A and 1 and 2. It's the major project roadway that hooks up with the NTBG east of a little near boundary to the NTBG Visitor Center. That roadway is supposed to connect into the major project roadway and open to the public 24/7. And I hope that you can work with the planning director, amend condition number 31. And updates, I think, should be warranted for the wastewater and the solid waste. Because wastewater, I do not recall. All I know is that Kukila were going to build their own, but then they amended their condition to be included in the Koipu community plan, Koipu wastewater plan. And my question for the sewer, is if Kukila development has any injection wells on their project. I hope I have opened a few eyes. I would really appreciate if you would explore the implementation timeframe for condition number 31 to affect conditions number 15D and 15A, and also C. I don't know what else I can say, but I'm sure you can't say anything to me. But please familiarize yourselves with all these conditions, because I hear the general public very disappointed that everything just passes through and it doesn't. There's no dialogue between commissioners, so we can hear what you're thinking. And that's the sad part, because I've been attending, as Miles know, attending all these commission and council meetings for over 30 years. And before the pandemic, even then, before then, it was okay. But then I think now that with all new commissioners, I hope you're studying all the paperwork that is in front of you, because over the years, I've done major studying. You're doing it for free. I'm doing it on my own time. And it's very disappointing for anybody to be a part of this process when it feels like everything is falling on deaf ears. So I hope that you can work with the planning director in amending condition number 31 to include a time frame where these prioritized conditions for the community, for the benefit of the community, that be implemented before any construction starts, as stated over there in condition number 31. I guess this is mahalo for now. Thank you.
Now let's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have one more. The update on the on the tram on on the shoreline setback determination. This is the Kukila Infrastructure LLC, application number SSD 2022-26. Koloa, the tram road required setback 186 feet from shoreline. Proposed road is approximately 300 feet away on a cliff bluff at 150 feet elevation height. I would like to know where the exact location of that is, or do I have to come into the planning department, look at plans? Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move to attendee by the name of Michael. We'll enable your audio and video. Please click on join as panelist and you'll be able to start your video and unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, Michael Clark here.
Go ahead, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, I'd like to also echo what Tessie said about the Kukui'ula development and their responsibility and the conditions they were required to build a park in Koloa town. I know that was something that was supposed to happen a long time ago. I've been following along with that, and every year they get to push it back. I don't know why the conditions are for that, but I know it was supposed to involve a skateboarding park and basketball courts and stuff. I think the point that I'd like to make is it seems
You have to unmute yourself.
Michael, you have to unmute yourself.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Oh, did you guys hear any of what I said so far?
We did.
Oh, okay. I must have accidentally muted it again. So what I was saying was that, you know, I'm speaking in regards to the HPM facility, but one of my main points is, and I'm a physician on the west side of the island, so I'm sorry that I have to speak quickly, but I feel like we're held as citizens here on Kauai as homeowners and builders, we're held to a certain standard, and we have to jump through a lot of hoops, and we have to go through a process in order to build, in order to like have a vehicle here. And I feel like since I've lived here that a lot of these private companies are not being held to the same standard. You know, this park was supposed to be built, 10 years ago, and it still hasn't been built yet. There's supposed to be a skateboard park and a basketball courts for my kids, and Kukui'ula never built that. They've put it off for many, many years, and it's something that we definitely need in our community. And as the Planning Commission, I would hope that you would hold private companies to the same standard that you hold us to. And so, for the HPM facility, I feel like there's a lot of unanswered questions, and I have a lot of concerns about the impact that industry is going to have in our area in Koloa. I don't know why they've decided that they have to put this facility in Koloa town, right near the sugar mill. There doesn't seem to be a great reason for it when, there's already an industrial park in Puhi in town, and now we're going to be, taking large vehicles down small roads in an already crowded area. And, hearing all this testimony about all the building that's going on in Poipu and all the new development, I feel like the planning department's job in this part is to prevent us from being overwhelmed by all this new stuff that's coming in. I think this is going to overwhelm our community, and I think that it needs to be better planned out. I think that having an open air tent, manufacturing trusses, and apparently building modular homes in Poipu just seems like that seems like a bad idea to me. Okay, well, thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to attendee by the name of Tom Robbins. We have enabled your audio and video. Please click on join as panelist and you'll be able to start your video and unmute yourself. Tom? Okay. There we go. Tom, you need to unmute yourself. I think he has left the meeting. Jody, that's all that we have as far as that have called in by phone and that have joined us by Zoom. However, we have two more people that wish to testify in Zoom for agenda item number 2. Would we allow them to testify now or wait till we open agenda 2?
Yeah, there'll be another opportunity for public testimony, especially for the items on the agenda 2.
Okay.
So perhaps we'll try to move on at this point. Is there anyone here in the audience, last call for any testimonies on agenda 1? Okay, seeing none, Madam Chair, I think we can move on from item F to item F2, new agency hearing. Yes. So
we're at the point where, first of all, thank you. Thank you. So we're at the point where we are looking at closing the agency hearing before we move on to actually the action items. But I wanted to just remind you all that this is a redo of the Planning Commission agenda that was back in May. And so there was testimony taken at that point and discussion at that point. We are now at, F, and what we need is a motion to be made and seconded by the commission about the items on F.
Yes, and specifically item 2A first, it's class 4 zoning permit Z for 2022-4, use permit U 2022-4 to allow construction of a new tour administration and repair facility, aircraft hangar, and associated improvements on the parcel located along the Kauai side of Aupini Road. It's a half-mile north of the Leeway Terminal, further identified as 35001-008, and affecting a portion of the larger parcel, 720.974 acres, airborne aviation.
May I have a motion? Move to close agency hearing.
Ratify and to close.
Ratify and to close.
Second.
And this is to ratify and close the February 8, 2022 action on the commission on permit Z-4-2022-4. Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any roll call vote?
Sure. Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Apisa?
Aye.
Commissioner DeGracia?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
And Chair Cox?
Aye.
Motion carries.
No, it wasn't. So we're moving on now to B, which is the amendment to special management area use permit SMAU 2001-2 to allow construction of a boat storage building on a parcel situated at the terminus of Kupuna Road and Aliamanu, further identified as 5171 Kupuna Road, tax map key 4-9-005 containing a total area of 8.142 acres, and this was Richard Hill as the applicant. May I have a motion about this one? If there's no further discussion.
I'll move to ratify and close.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Apisa?
Aye.
Commissioner DeGracia?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
And Chair Cox?
Aye. Moving on to C, Class 4 zoning permit Z-4-2022-5 and use permit U-2022-5 to allow installation of interpreted signage and associated site improvements at the Hanapepe Town Park and Playground Facility in Hanapepe along the western side of Kona Road and immediately adjacent to the Hanapepe Fire Station, further identified as tax map key 41-9-005-048 and containing a total area of 45,600 square feet. The State of Hawaii Department of Transportation is the applicant. May I have a motion?
I move to ratify and close.
Thank you. Your second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Alco,
Aye.
Commissioner Pisa,
Aye.
Commissioner DeGracia,
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka, and Chair Cox.
Aye.
Moving on to item F3, continue public hearing. There are none for this meeting. Item F4A, none for this meeting. Item 5, all remaining public testimony which you've completed. Item G, consent calendar status report. There are none. Director's reports for future scheduled meeting. There are none for this agenda. H, general business, none for this particular meeting, this agenda. I, communications, none. J, community reports for subdivision committee.
Thank you, Jody. The Planning Commission Subdivision Committee met this morning. We met on, the meeting was called to order at 8:34. We had met on 2 application items. One was a preliminary subdivision map approval, application number S-2022-6, as well as the final subdivision map approvals, application number S-2021-1. Both motions were to ratify the actions taken on February 28, 2022, and both had passed with a 2-0 vote. And the meeting was adjourned at 10:19 a.m.
Thank you. We have a motion to.
Just a question now, so this is today's meeting or May?
Yeah, the report is for the meeting we had this morning.
Which was a redo of.
Move to approve?
Second. It's been moved and seconded. And I guess I know there's a lot of concern in the public and those who have testified that I just want to clarify again, this is not having to do with the Kiahuna development. This is Kukui'ula. Both of these items are Kukui'ula, not Kiahuna. I'm wondering if the applicant wants to just give an update on some of the concerns as far as timing of the park and so forth. Any desire to? Just to clarify for those who.
Yeah, aloha Chair Cox, Honorable Commissioners, Monica Trask on behalf of Kukui'ula Development Company LLC, applicant for S-2021-1. Today, the issue before you today is whether or not the applicant has complied with the requirements and conditions of tentative map approval, which they have. The ordinance itself, the project development ordinance, is a larger issue. I'm not able to testify as to that today, but I do know that there are numerous ordinance conditions within the tentative subdivision approval. Pardon me, I got the wrong file. And so in relation to ordinance PM 2004-370, that's what we're talking about, correct?
The conditions 31 and 15.
Yeah, so the condition 31 was not part of this approval. There was environmental impact assessment fee, which was paid, park dedication fee, which was paid. Conditions 3, 7, 14, 15, 16, 23, 27, and 30. all state and county agencies indicate they've been complied with. So, I heard Auntie Tessie talking about that. It's my understanding that condition is not attended to this report, but I'm sure that, when it does come up, or like she said, the planning department can follow up with them with the commission. But as far as it goes with this, I don't think it applies.
Thank you very much. Are there any further concerns or discussion? We have a motion on the table to move to ratify. Ratify.
Oh, this is for the
Actually, this is
subdivision
subcommittee,
committee.
so it's not, yeah. It's okay, it's confusing. Then we have a roll call vote.
Sure. Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Apisa?
Aye.
Commissioner DeGracia?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
And Chair Cox?
Aye.
And item K, unfinished business for action, there are none for this meeting. Item L, new business for action. 1, class 4 zoning permit Z for 2022-4 and use permit U 2022-4 to allow construction of a new tour, administration, and repair facility, aircraft hangar, and associated improvements on a parcel located along the high side of Alpini Road, legally situated approximately a half mile north of the Lihue Airport Terminal, further identified as tax map key 350010008 and affecting a portion of a larger parcel containing 720.974 acres. The applicant was Airborne Aviation Incorporated.
Okay, we have a motion. Motion to ratify, correct? Okay, ratify the February 8th, 2022
I
action.
move to ratify the February 8th, 2022 action of the commission on permit class 4 zoning permit Z for 2022-4 and use permit U-2022-4. Applicant Airborne Aviation.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Sure. Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Apisa?
Aye.
Commissioner DeGracia?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
And Chair Cox?
Aye.
Item L2, amendment to special management area use permit SMAU 2001-2 to allow construction of a boat storage building on a parcel situated at the terminus of Kukuna Road in Eliamanu, further identified as 5171 Kukuna Road, tax map key 490050005, containing a total area of 8.142 acres. Applicant is Richard Hill.
Can I have a motion?
I'll move to ratify the February 8th, 2022 action of the commission on the amendment to the special management area use permit SMAU 2001-2.
For a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Sure. Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Apisa? Aye. Commissioner DeGracia?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
And Chair Cox?
Aye.
Item L3, class 4 zoning permit Z for 2022-5 and use permit U 2022-5 to allow installation of interpretive signage and associated site improvements at the Hanapepe Town Park and playground facility in Hanapepe along the western side of Kona Road and immediately adjacent to the Hanapepe Fire Station, further identified as tax map key 419005048 and containing a total area of 45,600 square feet, State of Hawaii Department of Transportation.
I move to ratify the February 8th, 2022 action of the commission on class 4 zoning permit Z for 2022-5 and use permit U-2022-5.
Now second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Apisa? Aye. Commissioner DeGracia?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
And Chair Cox?
Aye.
I already went through executive session, so item N, announcements. There are none at this point. So moving on to O, adjournment for agenda 1.
Can I have a motion?
I move to adjourn.
Second. Moved and seconded, all those in favor of adjourning agenda 1? Aye.
Aye.
We can, if you folks are ready to do so, we can move into agenda 2.
Anybody need a break before we move into agenda 2? You'd like to break? No, I'm good. No, we're good, okay. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to agenda 2. But now, just to clarify again for those in the audience, we are now moving into new items that have not been discussed before tonight. Sorry. Call to order agenda 2 of today's planning commission on June 13th, 2022. June 14th. Oh, June 14th, sorry.
Chair, can do a roll call?
Sure.
Commissioner Akpo?
Here.
Commissioner Apisa? Here. Chair De Gracia has recused himself from agenda 2. Commissioner Otsuka?
Here.
And Chair Cox?
Here.
You do have a quorum. Item C, approval of the agenda.
We need to change it now, this one. Thanks, Dorothy. Anyone else need anything changed on anything? Okay.
Move to approve the agenda of the June 14, 2022 planning commission meeting.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved.
The minutes of the meeting of the planning commission, there are none. Item E, receipt of items for the record, there are none. Item F, hearings and public comments. Again, as explained earlier, and for the public's sake, there were 2 planning commission agendas in addition to the subdivision committee agenda that the commission will go through today. So agenda 1 was a repeat of the February 8th, 2022 meeting agenda on advice of council. We had to redo that. Agenda 2 contains the class 4 zoning permit, Z4 2022-8, use permit U 2022-8, and special permit SP 2022-1, and the applicant is HPM Building Supply. We are addressing public comments and oral testimony for matters on agenda 2 at this time. So again, as explained earlier, oral testimony will be taken this morning in the following manner. First, we're going to recognize anyone who's physically present, sign up to testify in person at this meeting, publicly noticed meeting location, Lihue Civic Center, Moikeha Building, meeting room 2A, 2B, 4444 Rice Street, Lihue, Hawaii. Next, we will recognize all callers by telephone number who have elected to attend the meeting by phone using the join by phone telephone number provided on the agenda. And finally, we're going to recognize all attendees who have elected to join the meeting using the Zoom link provided on the agenda. When you're called upon, please identify yourself if you're comfortable doing so, and clarify which agenda item you wish to testify on. All testifiers will be given 3 minutes per testifier per agenda item. If you're not interested in providing testimony, please indicate so when you're recognized. If you have internet connectivity issues, please consider using the join by phone telephone number, and we will return to any new callers before concluding the remote oral testimony portion of the agenda. And please note that the meeting is also viewable through the live stream broadcast at www.hawaii.gov/webcast-meeting. However, the live stream broadcast does not allow for public testimony, but please refer to the agenda for instructions of how to connect to provide public testimony. Okay, so turning to the list of registered speakers. First, we have Bridget Hammer-Christ.
morning, Chair Cox and members of the commission. I'd like to explain and renew my comment about the notice to the public. I know the statute says 6 days before the meeting, but this agenda was not only confusing, it was amended. And on agenda item 1, a map was produced this morning from a preliminary master plan for Kukui'ula just this morning. So there's no way the public gets to really check it or respond to it. And it may be accurate, it may not be, but State Historic Preservation Division could have been involved and apparently weren't. And I don't know, and the people who would be in the know on where the heiaus are, the burial caves, don't really get a chance to compare. So I don't think it's a properly noticed meeting. But with that said, I'll move on. By the way, the packet was 720 pages long. The planning department might want to consider a means to show the public what's been amended, because it's really a lot of material to go through to find a potential amendment. All we know is it got published as an amended agenda a day or two ago. So it's not the 6 days before that we're getting the material. But on the HPM matter, my family home was built in Kauai almost 50 years ago. My parents are buried at St. Raphael's Church. I was born in Hawaii before it was a state. I really do care about this community. I consider Kauai home, and I always have. What's happening to us is a travesty. There's one of the developers, Gary Pinkston, is planning to add over 400 homes, 100 luxury condos, he stated, in Kauai Town, 280 condos on Kiahona Plantation Drive, and another 51 units in Kukui'ula, 45 of those, or 41 of those being cottages, and 12 being luxury homes. And the cottages are going to be right across from the harbor in an area that was a natural drainage. And I don't know what the county is doing, and the agenda doesn't tell us, and the planning commission doesn't tell us what's really being done to protect the community in the event of a natural disaster. We already have fairly crowded roads in Poipu and Kauai. It's a residential and a resort community. It's not an industrial community. We have industrial areas on island. We have, as the gentleman said, Puhi, Lahui, Eleele, and Port Allen. We have a lot of areas where they are zoned industrial. We have an area outside of Lahui on the other side of Kauai Nursery, where there's a large industrial plant. And that would be close to a highway, it would be away from residences, and it would be close to the harbor, where they say their trucks are will come and go. They report trucks will travel the eastern bypass road in Kaloa from 6:30 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon. Rather than allow them to circumvent a zoning change, because this is ag land, important ag land, it shouldn't be given in a special use permit. And I think that the Kauai Springs spoke to that, because they said the traditional and customary practices have to be looked at, and the impact to the environment has to be looked at. And I don't find that either the traditional customary practices have been looked at by people in Kauai, not people like Milton Ching and Kapa to comment on a Kapa'akai analysis. That's not the community giving feedback to the planning commission, the planning department, or the developer. It has to be people that live in Kauai. And there are a lot of people now trying to fill these out with regard to other developments, not this one. But it was done in a limited fashion, and I don't think it's complete. I don't think the Department of Land and Natural Resources has been contacted, and I'll let others address that. Thank you for your time, but I would request that you not approve any industrial that is going to change our community forever, because that noise that'll come from those air guns and compressors under a tent will be pretty awful for the children who sleep and live nearby these homes. It should be in an industrial park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next registered speaker, Kamal Hassan.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kamal Hassan, and I'm a civil engineer. I work for the Oregon State Highway Division for over 10 years. I've been in Kauai, Kaloa area for the last 5 years, and I consider myself a permanent resident here. From what I have seen is a rapid rubber stamping on everything that a developer, especially here in Princeton, is producing. First of all, concerning that the mill that he was going to put to produce the trusses. I worked in Oregon for over 14 years at a lumber yard, and I'm very familiar of the noise level that's going to produce, as well as the big trucks that will haul the lumber in and out. So the air pollution, the traffic, as well as the highway that is going to be impacted. So I definitely would urge you to decline his permit to proceed with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next registered speaker, Jason Edmonds.
Hello, my name is Jason Edmonds. I'm a union carpenter, construction superintendent, and the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters delegate for the island of Kauai. I've come here today to strongly oppose the development of the HPM fabrication facility in question. But I don't just speak for myself, I'm speaking for all union carpenters on Kauai. Many couldn't make it here today because they must work, but a few of my brothers and sisters and myself have taken time out of their work schedule to come and speak out against what we see as a threat to our community and our way of life here on Kauai. I've personally had the experience of working in the trades in a highly non-union market in the mainland, and I understand the benefit of making enough money to live so both parents don't have to work 1 or 2 jobs to make it. Most of my union brothers and sisters have families to support, and many studies have shown the benefits of having parents able to have the time needed to be there to raise their children. It increases the success of future generations in their adult lives. This is the major reason why I decided to be a delegate for the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters a decade ago, so I could vote to help working men and women. Since then, I've seen the cost of living go up due to inflation and other reasons, and the wages of the carpenters barely able to match the rising cost of living. This facility would have the potential to take a large percentage of union carpenters' work, while giving work to others at a much lower wage and benefit. By letting this facility be built, essentially we are saying it's okay to take money from the pockets of hardworking tradespersons and put it in the hands of wealthy businessmen. There will be no trickling down of wealth. We all know that doesn't work. The extra money they make will represent money that should be put back into commerce of Kauai, whereby helping other working class people get back on their feet after being hit so hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. This money would also represent tax revenue that would go towards infrastructure and social programs. A vote to approve the HPM facility would be a bad decision, especially now when many are down. During this time, there's need for our government officials to help protect the hardworking people of Kauai from those who would like to take advantage of them. We represent some of those hardworking people. We are your constituents. And we firmly say no to the HPM facility, and we urge you to do the same. I'd go further to say, we all know how expensive it is to live in Kauai, in Hawaii. The HRCC creates opportunities for men and women to have fair paying jobs. We feel like this facility threatens that. We feel like it's a step backwards instead of forwards. And like I said again, we oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Keolo Christian.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying to roll paper out.
Okay, next, if you're not interested at this point, Adele, Bestie, Del. I can hardly read the signature, to be honest. Adele,
I think he left.
okay. Next registered speaker, Chris Delani.
Hello, Commissioners. Chris Delano with Pacific Resource Partnership. We are a nonprofit market recovery trust fund which represents approximately 7,000 men and women union carpenters and 240 large and small contractors in the state of Hawaii, including approximately 250 individuals and unionized contractors on Kauai. We are testifying on the HPM building supply application. A lot of the assertions made by HPM are blanket assertions, not supported by real evidence and need further analysis. This is the third time I've been testifying on this matter, so I'll keep it short. There is no real evidence that this project supports the general plan. There is no real evidence that this project will provide jobs and living wages. In fact, we believe that this project will take or could take away more jobs than it will provide and erode wages. There's no real evidence that this project will reduce the cost of housing materials, given that HPM has indicated in its application that they will be shipping lumber from the Pacific Northwest, which will incur substantial shipping costs. Again, we are asking the Planning Commission to examine HPM's assertions and whether this is even the appropriate site to have such a manufacturing plant, given that it's on ag land. We need to understand the economic, community, and environmental impacts that this project will have on the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Next registered speaker, Mark Williamson.
Hi there. My name is Mark Williamson. I'm a full-time resident on Kauai. And approximately a year and a half ago, I moved to Pokuhaina Estates, mainly due to the fact that it's in a rural agricultural zone area, which appealed to me. My family is comes from an agricultural community of farmers. And when we bought the property, we knew it was designated as ag zone. And for it to be now flipped for industrial purposes, it seems like that is not right. And can you read? Sorry. HPM has sent documents to us saying that it was for affordable housing. We think that's, and I speak for myself, not for the HOA or anyone else, but I personally think that's a Trojan horse. It's not going to be used strictly for affordable housing. If so, what percentage of the of their business has been communicated to you? If not, I consider it to be fraud, in my opinion. And the other item is, has there been any environmental impact studies done? Maybe there has, but to my knowledge, there hasn't. So I think that needs to be done, especially in lieu of what we're hearing about other developments in the area, as far as and whatnot. And the other item is, this is like basically it looks like a circus tent. I don't know if you've seen the rendering. They said they may change the color from a white to maybe to blend it in, but in essence, it's a 40-foot tall, almost 100 yards long circus tent, and it's going to directly view in that area. And the other item is, it's very disconcerting, is we keep hearing that the sound will be a little louder than a vacuum. that was from the owner of HPM. What studies have been done to show what the actual sound was gonna be? And that will impact us. And, you know, because you have all kinds of vacuums. And to me, the further investigations be done. And also this tent is open-ended. And the trade winds come out of the northeast. And, you know, we're right at ground zero for this, our neighborhood, for the solidness, if it escapes out. We're told that it wouldn't, but we haven't seen any proof.
2 minutes.
Okay. So I'm the personal opinion that, I'm speaking just for myself, that further investigation needs to be done on this. I realize, and I trust my family came from a union background, and I'm not trying to take anyone's job away from them, but this is not the right place, especially in an ag zone area, because there's in fact, and I welcome this, there's a family that's set up like a plot of land that they're using for agriculture, for livelihood, which I wholeheartedly support. But in my opinion, I think this needs to put the brakes on this. Let's look at this further before we go any further. Thank you.
Next registered speaker, Cal Santos.
Aloha, it's my second time here. Anyway, I represent the union, Carpenters Union Local 745, and you know, my brotherhoods and sisterhoods over here. And I strongly oppose this project, not just because of the location. So if we got a crew of 8 framers and they're doing prefab walls, it cuts our crew down to three men. And what are we saving? $2.50 a square foot versus losing hundreds of jobs and careers that we created. I got 22 years in the union, 8 years of trade school, 2 different trades. This is a really bad idea and a bad location. This location is 1 mile roughly from my house. And you know, I get to look at Hau'upu Mountain from my kitchen window every morning. You know, I love that view. This is gonna open up, you know, a can of worms. If they pass this project to be an industrial site, what happens next? They're gonna pass more and more projects. We already cannot even go into Mahalapu. There's no beach access right now. I grew up on that beach. I used to camp on that beach. You know, you guys pass this project, it's just gonna destroy the quality of life for everybody in that area. You know, my family's been there from the 1930s. You know, my Hawaiian side's been there from before that. Uncle Billy knows. And, you know, I said we needed to gather more information, but, you know, I think we should just shut this project down. And I'm gonna come here every single meeting with my soldiers, and I'm gonna oppose every single project that you guys are gonna propose in that area, especially Koloa. Thank you.
Next registered speaker, Tanner Edmonds. Tanner Edmonds, okay. Next registered speaker, Leo Compass.
Yeah, go back to work.
Next is Fernando Gutierrez Jr.
Hello, everybody. So I just wanted to comment I'm against this project, the HPM project, because first of all, we all put in our time, you know, just like Cal. You know, I did 2 different trades and I went to school for over 8 years. And, you know, for me, you know, all the time we put in and, you know, this kind of job we have, we're doing right now. It's the only thing that mostly can provide for our family. You know, I mean, the economy is so high over here. And, yeah, it's just hundreds of jobs will be taken away for something that's going to provide 15, 20 jobs. You know, you're asking for a lot more homeless. You know, a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. Where we going to go? Not to mention that the union, the benefits that provide for our family, health, medical, vision, dental, everything, all that gonna be lost for our kids. Our kids gonna be left with nothing. So just like Hawaiian was saying, we represent for the kids. This is our land. My family goes back generation after generation, and we gotta look out for the kids that is coming up. If, we go and approve this project, I feel that a lot of people gonna be homeless and kids gonna be all on the beach, living on the beach, and we already see that happening already, I get friends that they just cannot live here anymore. They gotta move to the mainland because they cannot provide. There's no way that two parents with full-time jobs get out there and provide for their children now, And, like I said, we work hard for where we at right now. We put in our time, and I think that time really matters. Thank you.
Next registered speaker, Alfred Danong Jr. Terry Hayes.
Would you let Rupert go before me, please? He's two below me. Thank you.
Rupert.
Thank you.
Morning. My name is Rupert Rowe. I testified in front of the Land Use Commission in this particular area. We stopped the zoning changes. We had critical things that took place in 2008. There was a drainage plan that was never put in place, but sorry about that. I guess I'm important, they call me. Anyway, the drainage plan, the rubbish plan, the community recreational areas, it's just a whole big mess with no answer. And I think a class action suit should be levied against the planning department because all the rubbish that is being generated, it is being placed on Hawaiian homelands. And the state has never put the Hawaiian people on top of these lands, but the county and the state is putting the garbage on these homelands. Garbage on this island from state-owned to this state has never been corrected. Now we're looking in the future. How do we remove the first 65 years of garbage? We have another 65 years that don't have an answer, but we have a process. So some of the speakers I kind of noticed when they ask, it sounds racist when they ask, how many of you are Hawaiian? Our lives and our people depend on your decisions. The Kanaka doesn't have that input to protect its assets. The state will never protect the Kanaka. The whole thing about statehood was colonization. So now when you have all these developers coming in, spending all this money, this planning department and the state and county, why is Hawaiian homelands a commodity to dump garbage for the private sector? I ask you folks all that. When you pass all this zoning, why is Hawaiian homelands a garbage pile? Why don't you put all the rubbish on Kanutsin A&B, Grove Farm? They create the garbage. But the Kanaka, he's the homeless guy on the beach without a home. And you guys all drive up and down looking at that. That's sad. For me, I feel for them. I'm 80 years old. I look back at our people and I look ahead for our people. We have nothing in common. They'll all come here and dump the garbage. We live in a garbage. This island is called the Garden Island, but we turn the word around and call it the Garbage Island. Where is the answer for the garbage that will be created on all of the development on this island? My last comment will be, if the island is only 28 miles in a circle, 2/8 of this island is not acceptable to take people. So how many people the island can handle in the future? The main question is growth. What is the growth? Do you folks have an answer? Now I sound like one old man grumbling, but the issue is garbage. There is no answer for this garbage. That is the highest priority right now. Not about building houses, not about tourism. Let's think about our people and the garbage that we all create from this office right here, this commission. That's all I get to say.
Next registered speaker, Terry Hayes.
Excuse me. Aloha, mahalo, Terry Hayes for the record. Speaking again, I would like to further address Shifty. Yesterday, I had a lengthy conversation with Dr. Alan Downer after speaking to Susan Lebo, who is I have a report here from her that I wanted to share with you actually. This isn't it? This is it. And Dr. Downer was not familiar with this HPM, and he has a pretty good memory, and he said this was never brought before him. And he suggested I ask you, did you bring this for his review, for Shifty's review? Because he wasn't aware of it. He's aware of all the rest of the problems that we have. They were the ones that recommended the small fence to prevent big trucks from coming onto Hop Trail that now they want to remove, I understand, and use as evacuation on Little Hoppa Trail. The magnitude of this, we might be talking about one warehouse, but that's not what we're talking about, not at all. This is the literal tip of the iceberg. And if you've been to many of our environmental meetings that we have here, we have issues. We have huge issues with climate change, with sea level rise, with drainage, with rubbish. And we're kind of pounding it on you because it doesn't seem like nobody wants to look at it, but we live in Poipu. Every time it rains, my street floods to the point we cannot get out. Now, and on my street, by the way, there are 22 vacation rentals. Auntie Cynthia is my aunt who spoke as Kapuna. She actually helps with the renting of them. She knows all about it. She's watched her own homeland get taken away. They've worked long and hard to preserve what they have there, and so have we. And as stewards of Kaneo'ula, I'm mortified that this is again before you after, it's like we're beating a dead horse, if you want to know the truth. I mean, we've discussed this, we've proven it. Now, what I was told by Public Works is that Shifty has to have due diligence. And if Shifty isn't available or allowed to do their work, then what are you pushing so fast to have this done for? What is so important? We have lots of construction workers that can help with work that needs to be done for people. We don't need, and these trusses, whatever they're called, trust me where the trusses are going. They're gonna go right over to Pinkston's property. It's the closest proximity. For all I know, they're gonna try to use Hop Trail for that. It's close. That's what Goodfellow Brothers wanted to do. when Knutson property wanted 500 homes on this property and the drainage was coming into Kaneoleuma. Our then councilman Furfaro read, am I reading this correctly? Is what he said at a council meeting, that your intention is to put your drainage into Kaneoleuma, a state historical site, which we have done an incredible amount of work for and have fought diligently to keep it what it is, and we have plenty more work to do. Water returning to the Kauai is one of them. Now, when you start messing up all the areas between that, that will never happen. Dr. Hammett is in possession of ground penetrating radar. If I could be so bold as to make a suggestion, have him come and do the radar and find out what's under all of this. Because when you have years and years of cane cultivation and all of that, things have been buried over and covered. How do they know? And when they send out their archaeologists to kick the rocks and do a field study, I mean, even Missy Kauai, who I know dearly and appreciate her work, has said that what they have done was not the required archaeological or biological. Now, the other thing I understand is that they're advisory to you. Well, Ahamoku, which Billy is now the Po'o for our island, governor appointed, is working on this. We have referred this to them. The fiscal year begins July 1st. I am imploring you to not make any action on this until they can do the work they need to do. OHA has this in their purview, and we have testified on their behalf. There are organizations that are here that you need to respect the opinions of, and they need to give you input before you can make such a devastating, oh, we're gonna just change the ag land to accommodate some, whoever he is, that wants to exploit money for no benefit for anybody that lives in our community. Nobody can afford to live there anymore. Trust me, this is a huge deal that you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. And waiting isn't gonna hurt HPM. It won't hurt you, but if you don't wait, it could destroy us. And I'm requesting that you table this until we determine the caves. We have archaeological inventory from Shifty that's related to the Mahalaku'apua'a that was done by Susan Lebo, and she's well aware of it. The dairy was a huge deal, which got stopped because it wasn't right for there either. And two wrongs don't make a right. The dairy wasn't correct, this is not correct. Kingston isn't correct. It all goes together. It has nothing, the dairy never planned to make any jobs for anybody really, and then they were gonna, I mean, that was the craziest, well, that was another developer, let's be honest, Piero Midiar. Let's call this what it is. It's big money coming to Kauai to exploit our home their whole life.
7 minutes.
You're ruining the culture, it's on your shoulders. Please do the right thing. Postpone any decision until you can get information that you need to make an intelligent, qualified decision on this. And that's what I'm requesting, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Speaker, is Llewellyn Kauai.
Aloha, my name is Noali Ko'oialaulii. Ana mokafu. Wele ahupua. I'm the hui for Kaneoleuma and Manahokalanipo. I'm against all this development coming down in Puipu area. I seen it all. Nothing was there, now everything is there. First move they made, they moved the road. They moved the road from the beach area to on top inland. When they do that, they move all the hotels in the front on the beach line. That was a mistake. Now, how they doing all this development? They're stealing all the rocks. That's why they get all this development. And there's Kanaka land. How can we get plenty Hawaiians, no more land house. How can we not put them on there, on our land? Well, I'm against all these projects, I'm against all the buildings that they're gonna build, because it's not for the people of Kauai. It's for development, it's for money. We don't have the money. I don't think we should put all this development in Hawaii. This is a beautiful place. Everybody like come Hawaii. We're gonna ruin them. It's not Hawaii anymore. I'm against all these projects. Against all the ones that going close to the ocean, because it's gonna impact the water. It's gonna ruin all our fish. So I wish you guys, I'm against all these projects they're putting out down there. That's the one in the beginning. That's why they're building this. This trust is for build all these big hotels. Right in Poipu they're gonna build, not Kukuyola development. That's $1 million. You're talking about $10 million. That's where all the rocks, everything went over there. Our water. They're diverting all our water over there. And we've been fighting for our water how long? We, the people, own that water, not everybody else. The people own the water. How you guys allow that? Everybody come in, they take the little bit water out of the river, they sell our water. How they allow that? The people live here all their lives. Watch everybody come in, just take. What is that? You get money, you can have it. You don't want money? Stay on the side. Anyway, thank you guys. You know, I'm against all this development. I'm against all of Look, Poipu, it's so packed. You cannot park your car. People walking all over the road. And if it's a little bit tough, you bang them. They are walking all over the road. And then just to go to the beach, they're parking them right on the road. No more room for park. You look the tents all over the beach. No more room for park. So why are we gonna build this pandemic time? Never had nobody here, pandemic. All these hotels and all these condos. My friends bought 5 or 6 condos. They couldn't rent them. They took a loss. I tell them, why? Why you buy that? It's not Kanaka land. You gotta pay more. Thank you guys. Sorry, you know, I'm against all these projects. I'm against all these big timers coming in. They're probably gonna bring guns next time. Thank you. Well,
Next speaker is Michael McDermott. Michael McDermott. Christopher Toriato. Christopher M. Torcato, sorry.
Oh, he left.
Next registered speakers, Keli'i Kaini Na'au.
You're gonna have to go back to work.
Max Kimura.
Aloha, Kauai Commission and Kauai County. I'm Max Kimura. I'm an attorney from Honolulu, but please don't hold that against me. And I'm gonna take off my mask momentarily and smile at you to let you know that I sincerely come with aloha from Oahu. I represent the Community Association of Poipu Aina Estates. It's directly adjacent to the lot that HPM Building Supply intends to build their giant construction manufacturing facility. The closest home is within a 1/3 mile of that proposed giant facility. Okay, so, we filed a petition to intervene in this matter and it was denied on procedural technicalities.
Just to clarify, on the agenda, and what was amended is to formally recognize you folks to have an opportunity for you folks to make argument on the petition to intervene.
Oh,
So it hasn't, so that was the recent amendment, which is to place it on the agenda, you folks will have an opportunity to argue
okay, thank you.
following testimony.
Following testimony. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, at this point in time as it stands, I've been listening to these public hearings and there's a lot of controversy regarding not just HPM building supply, but the developments on Koloa. There's talks about the microblasting, the lack of transparency, lack of environmental statements, investigations, and especially the desecration of Native Hawaiian sacred lands and artifacts that's there in Koloa, and it's really surprising. And I must say that we cannot just rubber stamp this permit that HPM is submitting. That we need to ask hard questions and really analyze what they plan to do and why they intend to do it. When I read HPM's application, I'm really taken aback here, and that's why, I'm also asking for a contested hearing on this matter. It's not reasonable what HPM is proposing. First of all, like people said, they plan to do, industrial work on agricultural land. That's agricultural land designated by the county, by the state. And, they try to suggest that, we can have agricultural related projects on that land, such as growing trees for timber. That is just smoke and mirrors. They are not growing any trees on Oahu. They're not growing any trees on the Big Island. It's purely industrial. Excuse me. And also we'll speak about the Koloa development, so I would like additional time. So as I was saying, their claim that this is going to benefit affordable housing, I find that truly disingenuous. My understanding that the cost of trusses for a new house is under 2%. Now, you tell me how HPM, by building trusses and what have you on this large monstrosity facility, is going to help with affordable housing on Kauai. I don't see it. I have a problem with the size of HPM's proposed industrial facility. It's 4 stories tall, 260 feet long, 150 feet wide. I mean, that is just monstrous. Is that a word? It's a monstrosity.
4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. There is a company already in Kauai, who's building trusses for the majority of the projects on Kauai. And they do it in a facility 1/4 the size. And I don't know why HPM needs such a large facility. Also, the design of this project, it's an open tent. How are they going to contain all the noise and pollution and the sawdust and all the waste? They're not. The type of machine HPM uses on Oahu and on Big Island, it produces a constant and incessant noise level of 120 decibels. That's the equivalent of a motorcycle. When a motorcycle drives by your house, it's fine. It's occasional, it's rare. But what HPM plans to do on this Koloa property is incessant. Like somebody else mentioned, it's from 6:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Who wants a motorcycle roaring outside their house during that time? Another problem is that I drove by this area and that Mahulepu Road is unpaved, it's gravel, it's not lined, and it's narrow. Now these truss trucks require a large space. As if you ever seen a truss truck deliver trusses to a home, there's a car back that says, wide load. It's a wide load. How are you gonna get, trucks going back and forth up Mahulepo Road. You know, as it is now, when two cars are going on Mahulepo Road, they really have to accommodate each other and move to the side. Now, how are you gonna do it with large trucks? So that's just the tip of the iceberg. Thank you for your time, you know, and we'll talk about this later. But, you know, my client, you know, has a substantive right to intervene in this matter. You know, our client is, my law firm is working on appeal right now to the circuit court on this matter. And, you know, my client deserves the time to ask the hard questions of HPM. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, and to clarify, the agenda was clarified. I mean, these items were already provided to the commission, i.e. the petitions from PRP, response and memos in opposition from HPM, the petition.
Okay, we are reconvening the planning commission meeting on the 14th, January 14th. And sorry about the interruption.
Sorry everybody, and I was just in the middle of explaining that the petitions to intervene from Pacific Resource Partnership, HPM's motion memorandum in opposition, the petition to intervene from the community members of Hawaii Estates and the HPM's memo in opposition, and also the community association supplemental filing to the petition to intervene were already submitted to the planning commission. We just wanted to make sure it was clarified that and explicitly provide an opportunity on the agenda for that to be argued by all the parties on whether or not to admit the petitioners for intervention. So that's what was clarified in the amendment yesterday to provide additional opportunity to for that issue to be fleshed out. Okay, with that, I think we are still on public testimony registered speakers. The next registered speaker is Michael Kaoki.
She went back to work already.
Okay. Next registered speaker is Patrick Kagata.
He went back to work also.
Let's see. Is it Benji or Ben?
He went back also, sorry.
Okay. Thanks for your folks' patience and stamina at this point. Jonah Santos.
He went back to work.
Okay. Kai.
He also went back to
Okay.
work.
Kat Clark.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to come and provide testimony. And I also want to thank you guys for your time. I know this has been a long day, and I think you guys do this often, and I really appreciate you giving the public opportunity to chime in and to really consider what we have to say. I know there's been a lot of emotion, and I think maybe one time I heard something about rudeness is just a fear of not getting what you want. I hope that everybody can feel that this isn't about getting what we want. I think it's less about rudeness and more about the passion of hoping for good things to come in the future. And so I just wanted to preface that before I tell you guys that I do oppose the HPM facility, and I just echo so many of the same sentiments that you've heard, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do fear that this is the beginning of a domino effect. Providing a special use permit to HPM to change quickly from agricultural to industrial usage could open the door for so many things in that area surrounding the sugar mill. And then it also just feels fishy, I think, to a lot of us, the union workers, the members of the community, that we have over 1,500 units of different development, luxury type housing and condominiums proposed on the South Shore alone. And those are all going in. And then HPM's talking about affordable housing with their prefab panels. You've heard about how that could affect union jobs and union workers. I love affordable housing. I love the idea of it. My husband and I went to apply for a loan for a property in Kauai, hoping that we could split it up and develop it and sell it to local families. I'm an interior designer by trade, and I love building beautiful homes. And why on earth aren't there beautiful homes for the local people here, being just, showing up for people more and more? Well, you didn't get the loan. Someday, maybe we'll be a miniature developer and we'll be able to give back to the community like I've always dreamed to be able to do. I don't see affordable housing or workforce housing being shown anywhere on the South Shore. How are the workers going to build these luxury units, and then where will they go? What will happen as their home prices skyrocket and the cost of living skyrockets? It's like, build us these beautiful luxury multi-million-dollar properties and then good luck. What's gonna happen? And so HPM promises affordability. Can they donate land? Can they buy property and actually make affordable homes, or just they're gonna give you the ingredients for the cake? It's like Safeway sells flour and sugar, but they don't bake you the cake. Well, actually the bakery does bake the cake. I'm just saying, they can talk about providing the materials, but the materials are one thing. The land has to be there. The designation has to be there. The affordability has to be there. The availability has to be there. I don't know if you guys saw, there's a lot of Akimama Road. It's like almost 3 acres, around $300,000. They just lowered the price. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's on sale, it's on clearance, right? It's like it's being sold from Ross's. It's amazing. But I find out you have to go get a permit. You have to apply for a permit to build. You first have to improve Akimama Road. And on that side of Akimama, on that side of the highway, it's basically carved into a mountainside. So you can't even build on that land till you pay yourself to improve that road. And that's the type of thing that the individual has to do. The individual has to go and apply for these permits very specifically. My sister's neighbor, in order to improve his house that was built in the 1970s, paid over $100,000 to switch from a cesspool to a septic tank, because that's the proper procedure individuals are given here. But then we see big developers and companies. Bless Jason Fujimoto, his family's heart for HPM building supply for all these decades, these generations, amazing. But are they getting special permission to get a special use permit? And then we have to do it step by step. Literally, if you want to build a house on Akimama Road, you have to fix Akimama Road. You pay for it. But we do those things because we believe that these rules that we're given and these permits that we need to pull, we believe that they're to help everyone. They're to benefit everyone and protect everyone from corruption and things going south from Kauai. But then we don't see that like shown, and we don't see that displayed when someone has a lot of money and the developer can just pay a lot of money. It just feels like they're sidestepping the rules and they're getting shortcuts, and all the while they're waving a flag saying affordable housing, but is that real? Where is it? Where is it? I don't know, but I tell you something, when I can get the loan, I will split up a piece of property and I will make them beautiful, because that's what I'm good at. I promise you that. I believe that we can do better. I really am so grateful for your time, and I see all of you listening to each and every testimony, and that means so much to me because feelings are a lot. So thank you for hearing the words we say and taking into account our feelings and what we're looking for. Thank you so much, and I just really appreciate it. Thank you.
Here is Nicole Clark. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Miles and Marissa to handle the conference call and Zoom attendees.
Thank you, Jody. Currently, we don't have anyone that has joined the meeting by phone, but we do have people that have attended the meeting by Zoom. There are specifically at least 2 people that were specifically waiting to testify on agenda item 2. So what I will do is recognize attendee C. Martin. I've enabled your audio and video. What you need to do is click on join as panelists, start your video, and unmute yourself.
Hello, and thanks for letting me speak. I'm going to keep this short because I know it's been long, but I would just like to specifically request you vote no for authorizing these permits. HPM has promised jobs and low-income housing, which we're all for, but this is the wrong spot. This is ag land. There are other better places located on the island that are already industrial. So the good news is we can have both. HPM can supply their jobs and help with affordable housing if that's going to pass, and they can put it on industrial land. And leave the ag land for agricultural and for our farmers. So thank you for listening, and I appreciate your patience and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Zoom attendee Cox Freaky LLP. I've enabled your audio and video. Go ahead and start your video and unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Abby Holden, Counsel for Pacific Resource Partnership. I'm here to address the agenda addition related related to PRP's petition to intervene. So I will reserve my comments until an argument until we get to that portion of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have several other attendees that have raised their digital hand. Let me start with Power Rojas. I've enabled your audio and video. What you need to do is click join as panelist, start your video and unmute yourself.
Okay, so aloha. I'm Tara Rojas, and again, I'm going to go on a limb and see if at this third time, if my testimony, and as well adding my testimony to those of others who have joined from the unions, who have been there for their second, third time speaking, before you all, for those who have been attending these meetings for 10, 12, 20 years or more, to see if it really makes a difference. So regarding this HPM, I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm just going to tell you, all it took me was 1 or 2 testimonies to hear to realize what the right decision is. It's an absolute, it's an absolute no. It doesn't take being on a commission. It doesn't take a degree. It doesn't take sitting in that seat to hear one another and to hear that the community is saying no to this HPM, this building, which leads me to saying this. Having been, been a part of these testimonies on different islands for different issues, the VAI, the AINA, outside corporations, developers, astronomy, and seeing that everybody takes precedence over the people of this land. All of these rules in place right now, just you all there being a part of this commission, this board and everything, it's part of the history that stems from the 13 original illegal occupiers, these 13 businessmen that took over the islands, displaced the queen, Liliuokalani, and having their generations after their legacy being in control and running these lands and allowing foreigners with big money to come and buy and control and to rule these islands, which we're gonna stop. It's time to stand up and stop and say no, to make the corrections. So if your rules, I'm gonna say this now, because if you have all these rules and all these designations is what I'm hearing, agriculture, urban, you have all these designations, why have them if seen through the history from the 1920s or probably even before in Kauai alone, to see these agricultural designated lands easily be turned over to urban. For who? For these developers. Why even have these designations if these designations can then be swayed by money? Why have them? It doesn't make any sense at all. It's tied into and by the way, if these 4.5 hours is an inconvenience to you, and if that fire alarm really hit home for you that, oh, you're finally affected now, think about the Kanaka Maoli that have been feeling and this feeling for over 129 years, going on 130 years. So I want to say this. If after these 4 hours, it's just another business day, oh my goodness, it went so long, you know what? I will stay here however long it needs to be until it's heard, the people's voices are heard, the community is heard. You work for the people. You don't work for these developers. You don't work for the person who has the most money. You work for the community. You have these laws and rules in place. Follow them. Listen to the people, listen to your na'au, your gut, your instinct, do what's right. And I'll just end with this. If you had to leave the building with this fire alarm. Can you imagine if the room was packed and it was a real emergency? The panic and chaos it would create. And that's what people are telling you right now. There's only one road in, one road out. It's already overdeveloped. You as a planning committee should stop that. Deny any further development, because that's what's going to happen if a natural disaster happens and people need to evacuate quickly. People are already saying, can't I even drive on the road? Can't I even park? Nowhere to park. And where all the rubbish is going, all these designations, all this racial discrimination still happening in Hawaii in 2022. Please do your jobs. And if you are not fit to even stop and listen to one item, this HPM or Kukui'ula or whatever, just to stop and deny and halt everything. If you cannot even do that right now and you're just gonna ratify, pass everything, then please, please, please step down. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kulanui Perez. So we've enabled your audio and video. You need to click on join as panelists. Search your video and unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead.
Aloha. So I just wanted to add on to another another one here who testified in person on the same agenda for agenda 2. I personally would be against this. I think after everyone's testimony, you guys should also be voting no. So what she was testifying on was the potential use of Hapa Trail for evacuation purposes or for the purposes of the large trash trucks using that instead of the main narrow roads. And I just wanted to reiterate from my testimony earlier that there is in fact holes along Hapa Trail because of blastings from another development. So I want us to stop acting in these hearings as if these developments are all individualistic issues when they are all part of one big problem. These are not individualistic. It's very howly to be acting like these issues are all individualistic when it serves a greater, larger problem. And that is the overdevelopment, that is the destruction of these lands, and that is making these lands structurally just unstable. If you look at the roundabout by the Kukui'ula shopping center, there is a sinkhole already there. It's been there for years, ever since it was built. It's been constantly sinking in. And again, if you go along Hapa Trail, because where the holes are placed, they are on the width of Hapa Trail. And we've tested how far it goes, and you can't even hear where it ends. We've stuck sticks into it. You cannot feel the bottom of it. It is the top of a lava tube, and there are holes in it. So the next time we have a huge flood run through, we don't know. It just might fall through when people are trying to use it. You cannot use that as an evacuation safety net. You can't remove the rocks that are currently blocking the trail. You can't have large trucks going over it. It is structurally unsound. It is unfit to be used for any vehicles or for any evacuation plan. And I want that to be heard here and have that on record when you guys make these decisions and you think that Hapa Trail is going to be a viable option when it is not. It is unsafe for people. It can cause many deaths within the community if you guys think you're going to use that. And I just want that to conclude my testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jody, I think that's all that we have as far as those that, well, when we do this, let's make a last call for those that are attendees on Zoom. If you have not had a chance to speak on Agenda 2, please raise your digital hand. Seeing none, Jody, I'll return the meeting back to you.
Okay, so I just wanted to go through a final call for anybody that wants to provide testimony at this time on the agenda 2. Let's see, are you you're representing the HPM?
Yeah, for the record, Monica Trask. I just thought if Max got to talk, I thought it was good for the.
He's not a party at this point. He's in, yeah, so I think, when we reach the matter, then you'll be able to have ample opportunity for presentation.
Thank you. I just wanted to address some inaccuracies, but I'll do that later.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Chair. Right, so we're on item F1A, class 4 zoning permit. I'm sorry, this is a continued agency hearing for F1A, class 4 zoning permit Z4 2022-8, use permit U 2022-8, and a special permit SP 2022-1 to operate a construction material manufacturing facility on a parcel situated immediately adjacent to the old Kuloa sugar mill site in Kuloa along the eastern side of Alakinoiki, approximately 3,300 feet west of Valley Valley Road, Alakinoiki intersection, further identified as tax map P 2900101, and affecting a 3-acre portion of a larger parcel. Applicant is HPM Building Supply.
I think this might be an appropriate time actually to go into executive session, but also maybe combine that with a lunch break so that we can move along faster. The executive session would be, first of all, we need a motion. Go into executive session.
I still move that we move into executive session.
Second. And this executive session would be pursuant to Hawaii revised statute sections 92-4 and 92-5A4. The purpose of this executive session is to consult with the county's legal counsel on questions, issues, status, and procedural matters. This consultation involves consideration of the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and/or liabilities of the commission and the county as they relate to the following matters. Class 4 zoning permit Z-4-2022-8, use permit U-2022-8, and special permit SP 2022-1 to operate a construction materials manufacturing facility on a parcel situated immediately adjacent to the old Kuloa sugar mill site in Kuloa along the eastern side of Alakinoiki, approximately 3,300 feet west of Valley Valley Road, Alakinoiki intersection, further identified as tax map P 2-9-001-001, and affecting a 3-acre portion of a larger parcel. HPM Building Supply is the applicant. We need to take a vote on executive session.
Chair, on the agenda item, if we could maybe add one thing of correction. There are residences 100 yards from that site that's going to have the HPM, and the Kuloa St. Raphael's Church and all the residents around it are about 1,200. So it's much closer. Using Welly Welly, the 3,000 for Welly Welly is a far point. It doesn't properly depict the residences that are actually close to the site.
Okay, and just for the sake of, describing the subject matter that will be discussed, that's noted. We also, it does provide a lot of details to at least minimally inform the public on the subject matter being discussed.
On that point, Valley Valley Road that's being referred to is the one that intersects Alakinoiki by Mahalo Road. It's not Valley Valley track. It's Valley Valley Road and Mahalo coming off of San Rafael.
Right. And there's a lot of materials in the record, as you pointed out. There's a huge, vast amount of filings pertaining to this subject that could all pertain to this item. So I think there's been an ample amount of items to describe and depict what's being discussed on the agenda today. But in any case, I think we have the motion and second on the floor for executive session. I'll go through the roll call vote. Commissioner Ako.
Aye.
Commissioner Akisa. Aye. Commissioner Otsuka. Aye. And Chair Cox.
Aye.
All right.
We just need to determine how long.
Right. About
we need for lunch and for executive session.
I mean, executive, I think, 20 things are.
Okay, so probably about a half an hour break. Half an hour. Resuming at 1:30, or sorry, 1:40.
So we're recessing for an hour. reconvening the planning commission meeting of June 14th. Thanks for everyone's patience.
Okay. Yes, and I believe we are on item F1AI.
Yes, so go ahead. So we're at the point where, as you heard earlier, we have two petitions to intervene. And so what we will do is, hear from each intervener one at a time. So we will hear from, let's see, I guess we can do RPM first, and then HPM will have a chance to respond, and each party will have 5 minutes to speak, and then we'll move on later to the other Kauai intervention and have the same proceedings. So 5 minutes for Kauai and then 5 minutes for HPM to respond. So let's begin with the first petition for intervention.
Which specific resource partnership?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're on that.
Our attorney is on Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's give us some one moment to coordinate.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Just a matter of a point of practice. Can I reserve any of my time for rebuttal?
We're not having any rebuttal period.
Okay, thank you. As set forth in our petition, in PRP's petition, PRP's motion is to promote a vibrant economy, to create jobs, and enhance the quality of life for all residents of Hawaii. Over the last 3 different hearing dates, we've all sat here and listened to much testimony, with a lot of emotion from both sides, expressing a common ground of, a concern for jobs, affordable housing, and appropriate development. PRP stands with those testimonies. I think we can all agree here that those concerns are paramount. And PRP also believes that those concerns are paramount. And it is with those concerns and in that regard that the assertions by HPM in its application warrant further study. HPM's claims regarding, including but not limited to its claims that it will create jobs, that it will assist affordable housing, and that its development is appropriate in land that is zoned for agricultural purposes, need to be further examined. Every person providing testimony for HPM, written and oral, as well as HPM's application itself, focus on how it will support the Kauai General Plan related to the creation of affordable housing. There's been absolutely no evidence in any of that testimony in the application itself that this industrial manufacturing plant will support affordable housing. It's a bare assertion, completely without any evidence. And the commission and the community members are concerned, should be concerned about that, and we should see what kind of evidence HPM has that this industrial manufacturing plant on agricultural land will support affordable housing. In that same, and I think, the issue is that, cost of materials is one issue, and frankly, we don't have any information, any evidence that HPM actually can produce things at a lesser cost. But housing costs are, made up of many different things that include the cost of materials. So even if HPM, which we don't have any evidence of, but even if HPM is able to produce housing materials at a lower cost, is that going to benefit your average person, your average family on Kauai who's trying to build a home? Or is that just going to be additional profits for HPM and the developers, where the market is still going to drive and impact the housing costs and how housing is sold? So these are things that really need to be developed, and there needs to be a record created. HPM needs to come forward with evidence to show that they should be allowed to obtain the permits that they're requesting based on these assertions and these assertions that support the Kauai General Plan. In the same regard, the assertions that HPM will create jobs with their industrial manufacturing plant needs to be further evaluated. I think there was testimony today from a gentleman who's a union carpenter that indicated that the use of prefab housing walls will cut down the amount of people that are needed by over half. So, are we sort of robbing Peter, to pay Paul here with regard to the creation of jobs? And this is another thing that needs to be carefully evaluated as it applies to the Kauai General Plan. There's been other concerns that have been raised, I think, continuously in these 3 days of hearings, as well as in the application related to whether the appropriate environmental studies have been completed. And this is all within our application, our petition, as well as the environmental and cultural issues that abound. Also, there is the issue, again, set forth in our petition related to whether the permits are appropriate given the fact that a boundary amendment, whether or not the special permit is appropriate, given the fact that this is a use of agricultural land not supported by law, and whether a boundary amendment might be more appropriate. Turning just to the legal issues specifically regarding PRP's standing. As set forth in our petition, PRP has both organizational and associational standing. Inasmuch as its interests and the interest of its members will be directly interested. Thank you.
I do have a follow-up question, and that is, could you just spend a minute, and we will extend the other side's time appropriately, but could you spend a minute talking about why you have, what you have that's good cause for the lateness of your intervention?
Yes, thank you so much. I was getting to that, so thank you for the opportunity to address that. So the good cause for our late filing is specifically addressed in our petition and also relates to the fact that under the commission's rules, the petition is required to be filed for intervention 7 days before the hearing. But under Chapter 91 to Chapter 92, only 6 days is needed for the notice to be given of the hearing. And so, frankly, PRP was unaware of the specific allegations within the application, and even more importantly, within the director's report that sort of adopts those unsupported allegations related to housing and jobs. So PRP has a concern regarding whether the commission's rules related to the deadline to filing the petition actually comport with Chapter 91 and 92. And in that regard, also, there was no delay. There was no specific bad faith delay on the part of PRP. And under the good cause, that's one of the elements under the good cause standard. And I think one of the most important issues here is now we're almost 6 weeks away from when PRP filed its petition to intervene. HPM has had the opportunity and has provided a fulsome opposition to our petition to intervene. And there really can be no argument that there's been any prejudice at this point to HPM with regard to our petition. So given the fact that the amount of time that has passed between the filing of the petition and HPM's opposition, it would really be putting form over substance to suggest that PRP didn't have good cause when it was only a couple of days after the deadline and now 6 weeks have passed.
Thank you. Are there any concerns or questions from the other commissioners at this point before we turn to HPM? So we're going to move to HPM at this point, and how long do they have now to give it?
So that was it was 5 minutes with two minutes in addition.
Okay, so you have 7 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Lord Chair, members of the Planning Commission, Monica Tress on behalf of applicant HPM. So, PRP spent most of its time talking about the application itself. And that's what the agency hearing is for. We're very happy to be here today to answer all your questions and show absolutely why it's appropriate for a special permit, use permit, and class 4 zoning permutation in this case. However, we're talking about the intervention. That's what this is right now. And there's absolutely no good cause or excuse for PRP to have filed its petition for intervention so late. Now they talk about the agenda wasn't posted online until 6 days prior to the hearing. Now that's totally appropriate and legal as required by 92-7. That's when you're supposed to post the notice of agenda. However, under county code and planning commission rule, you have to, it's not just the agenda. You gotta give public notice of something like this, class 4 zoning permit, special permit, as you know. So in this case, on March 24th, 2022, the public hearing notice, okay, not the agenda, but the public hearing that actually tells the public, hey, we're gonna have a hearing on this day, was posted on the planning commission website. That's 47 days before the public hearing. Thereafter, the planning department, pursuant to rule, published their public notice in the newspaper, April 8th, 2022. That's 32 days before the hearing. Thereafter, HPM complied with its requirements and gave neighborly notice to all properties within 300 feet as shown by the list by real property tax. An affidavit has been filed to that effect. So there's absolutely no reason. It's not late. It was done really early. And negligence is not good cause. And that's a fact. However, even that doesn't, and you cannot grant it because it violates rule. But putting that aside and addressing standing, this is what I want to talk about. PRP is not the benevolent organization that it pretends to be. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying, let's be honest. What is PRP? It is not a registered nonprofit with a DCCA. It is unregistered trade name. If you look in online records of the state, you can't really tell who PRP is. But if you look up PRP, it's really interesting because there are newspaper stories on it. You can look on PRP's website. And what PRP is a special interest organization. They've put together at least 4 or 5 super PACs within the past couple of years, and they pump untold amounts of money into political campaigns and stuff in the state. I'm not saying that's bad. That's allowed by Citizens United. That's what they do. They did get tapped by Campaign Spending Commission for violating campaign spending laws. They got sued by Cayetano for libel or slander. I always forget which one's which. With regard to the Caldwell-Cayetano mayoral election, they got fined tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands by campaign spending, but it's in the opposition. They also supported pro-development, anti-affordable housing, and anti-environmental action in Hilo and Maui, respectively. For example, they supported the Kumuho development, which took land out of the SMA, included approval for 4 rezoning requests. 8 rezoning requests total for a project including 900 timeshare units, 264 multifamily residential units, and up to 25 single-family residential lots, 140 units of workforce housing, all on the Makai side of Queen Ka'ahumanu Highway within the SMA. And the development include private community centers, convenience retail center, golf support facilities, operation facility, public parks, recreational amenities, and associated infrastructure. On Maui, they oppose a 2-year moratorium on new transient units under the council. And they also oppose, for some reason, a bill on Maui that created an affordable housing wait list and shifted the qualifications process for the homes to the County Department of Housing or a designated third party. I don't know why they were opposed to that, but they did. And what that goes to, the reason I'm saying this is not to shame anybody. It's just the truth. But it imparts standing, it addresses standing. And they don't have organizational standing because they're not really an organization. They don't exist. They may have clients, but none of those clients have been, they talk about the union, but that's a union dispute. If you have problems with this, it's not a land use issue. It's a union issue. Go to HPERB, wherever else you got to go. Go to the ledge. They go to the ledge a lot. But that's not a planning commission issue. You're here for a special permit. You're looking at whether it's an unusual reasonable use specifically, and if it complies with the use permit standards within the agricultural zone. And it does. But you can't bring union beefs here. I'm a big supporter of the union personally. My family's huge in the union. That's not the issue. The issue is land use. Per your rule, you don't give intervention if it inappropriately expands the breadth of the hearing and the issues to be entertained. That's all we've ever heard about. And the ecology, all that, that's window dressing. There's no trigger for EIS here. The Kapalakai has been done. I can answer the rest of the questions. We got Mr. Oliveira here to answer the safety ones. But everything else is a union dispute. And they talk about factory-built housing. This is wall panels and trusses. But if you look at the county code 8-1.4 F or G, nothing in the CZO shall prohibit the use of factory-built housing. I'm not saying we're doing that today, but that's in the code. Okay, and the housing crisis is so dire right now. Anything else? They say we can't prove it. Habitat for Humanity submitted their own testimony in support of this action. HPM has been instrumental in keeping prices down for Kauai Habitat for Humanity at levels that our low-income buyers can truly afford. HPM supports not only Kauai Habitat, but also 4 Habitat affiliates in Hawaii. We sorely need competitive options for roof trusses, as well as options for streamline our efforts through the use of wall panels and other products for affordable residential construction. HPM has high ethical standards, and the Fujimoto family honors their community commitments. That wasn't, HPM did not have them come down and make representations that they were told to make. That's from them. So putting back to the issue, there's no excuse for the late filing. There's no good cause, and they just don't have standing. They're not the type of entity that gets standing in these things. This is the wrong venue, and you don't have jurisdiction to rule on union matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
If there are no questions or concerns.
I'm gonna talk directly into Mike, so sorry.
So if there are no questions or concerns from the commissioners, then are we ready? Does somebody want to make a motion? Are we ready for that? And remember, we're doing this one at a time, so we will also be giving Boyd Blue Line a chance to give their
Chair, is it appropriate to have a recess?
recess or an executive session.
No, just a recess to try to.
Yes, that's what to think.
Digest.
You want to think and digest?
Just said, I think both sides made very compelling arguments on both sides. Now to come to a decision, to be sitting over here and to make a decision that's going to impact one or the other either way, yeah. I don't know, maybe 5 minutes or so.
Okay, okay. All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. For contemplation.
So approximately 2:11. 2:11.
Okay, we're reconvening the planning commission session, June 14th. I believe there may be a motion coming.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to go into executive session.
I'm sorry, excuse me, if, yeah, we're back on record if you folks can, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Motion to go into executive session, Chairman.
Second. Okay, I believe that there is a motion and a second to go into executive session, and it would be for class 4 zoning permit Z-4-2022-8, use permit U-2022-8, and special permit SP 2022-1 to operate a construction material manufacturing facility on a parcel situated immediately adjacent to the old Kaloa sugar mill site in Kaloa, along the eastern side of Hinoiki at approximately 3,300 feet west of Luelele Road, Hinoiki. The intersection further identified as tax map key 2-9-001001 and affecting a 3-acre portion of a larger parcel, HPM Building Supply. This is the applicant. Do we need to read the specific stuff or are we okay? Okay. All right. So we need to take a vote.
5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, I can do a roll call vote. Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Pisa? Aye. Commissioner Otsuka?
Aye.
And Chair Cox?
Aye.
So again, about 5 or 10 minutes or so, did you say?
Maybe 10.
10 minutes, 10 minutes, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're in exec session once more.
Hold on a second, we're not reconvening.
That's it. Back to my office. On up a little bit. There you go. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, now we are reconvening the planning commission, is working, and, we're on A1.
After much mental debate in my mind back and forth, I'm ready to make a motion. I make a motion to deny Pacific Resources, Resource Partnerships partition to intervene as untimely.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I agree as second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that the petition to intervene by Pacific Resource Partnership has been moved and seconded. There will now be discussion.
Well, I guess since I made the motion, I would just say I didn't feel it was a compelling reason for the request.
Yeah, I did not feel that there was good cause for the tardiness, and Mr. Trask made excellent points, giving us exact dates of how early that it was posted and announced.
Other comments? Yes.
Madam Chair, I'll add my 2 cents. I think when we entered into this part of the discussion here, the whole issue was about intervention and whether you should be an intervener in this. And I think the big elephant in the room was about the timeliness issue. I think parties were questioning whether they were timely or not, and I'm not sure whether that question was even answered at certain times, which kind of gives this blockage for me in terms of, whether I should cast my vote to allow them to intervene or not. Yeah. And yet this morning when I heard so many voices come out to speak, on behalf, I guess I'm going to say, on behalf of the PRP group over here, that it was hard for me to say that, these people are not going to get their voice. So I think because of that, and I really believe that people need to have a voice. And I think if the vote comes up right now, I think I would be voting no on this issue here.
No, you would be voting no for the intervention, or no?
No against the motion.
No against the motion, okay. Just I think I just want to clarify that if we choose to vote against the intervention, so if the motion passes that we have on the table right now, that does not necessarily mean that the voices that you're concerned about, Gerald, and that I'm also concerned about, will not be heard. Because they could be heard either if the other intervention petition passes, or if neither petition is granted, then we will still have the opportunity to ask for whatever clarification we need from the applicant and from anyone who we need to have more information from.
Right, yeah.
My understanding is that, I mean, this still goes forward. There's still opportunities. The voices are heard and they will continue to be heard. Today's thing is simply about intervention.
Right, yeah. And yet I think I'm coming from a place where if I am Poipu Aina Estates, yeah.
We're not talking about Poipu.
So right now, we're still
on Pacific Resources.
Yeah, okay, I guess I'm theorizing now, yeah, okay. If there is a Poipu Aina intervener there, I think their interest goes into one direction. I'm not sure whether their direction would be in line with those that spoke this morning, as well as the other sessions that we have had. Yeah, that's why I think somehow in there, whether their voices might be diluted, it may come up, but it might be diluted in certain ways. That's why I think they need to have an advocate up there, just to give them the voice and to give all parties to be able to come together at some point in time. Because I really believe the parties need to come together, because I think they all point in that same direction. Right? They're all trying to do the same thing, in my mind. Be it housing, whether it be for affordable housing or whether it be for the high-end housing. Both parties, no matter to me how you look at it, are trying to make a better Kauai. Just looking at it in a different way. And I just think that if the more people can get together at one party there, and somehow maybe hopefully during that process sometime have some kind of discussions that they can all work out something that's amicable to all parties. I think to me that is the goal, just to bring everybody together. That's for me anyway.
I think that's a wonderful thought, but I guess I got lost in how it applies to the intervention.
Yeah, because I think once we deny somebody to be interveners, then they lose their voice. And once you lose your voice, as much as it may come up, it might be diluted. And once it's diluted, then the parties, to me, don't come together to come to some kind of amicable solution. Because if you cannot come up to an amicable solution by the two parties together, then I think it'll be pretty clear in my mind. Somebody going to win and somebody going to lose. And I think it moves in my mind whether that makes us a better Kauai or not. Yeah, because somebody going to win and somebody going to lose. So hopefully in my mind, it's a matter of getting parties together, and whether it's a decision by a hearings officer or somehow along the way they can come to some kind of amicable agreement between them, then I think we all win. If not, in my mind, somebody going to win and somebody going to lose. And who it's going to be, I don't know who it's going to be.
Yeah, I guess for me, I don't see the denying of the petition as necessarily leading to the outcome that you're talking about. Because to me, the petition question is, does PRP have standing, and were they timely and good cause, and good cause for their untimeliness? But which is to me a different issue than, are we going to listen to voices that are passionate and concerned and have very real issues that need to be sorted out? And I agree, we do need to come together. That we need to get to the bottom of those issues, and we need to hear people and find out, because a lot of times when something like this shows up, turns out that there's a lot of misunderstandings on both sides, and what we're here to do is help get us through that. But I guess I just don't see the intervention petition as being the only way do that. In fact, for me, it's almost giving the intervener a power that the people should have rather than the intervener.
Their focus on just what's at hand.
If the intervention is denied, my understanding is that it still goes forward. It's still, this isn't a decision about the ultimate decision. This is just, was the intervention timely and did they give just cause for reason for that? That's all we're voting on today. It still goes forward.
Right.
And voices are heard.
Can we get, need to lodge it over to our county attorney, but can we get clarification what happens should, the vote fail?
So we have 4 commissioners here today, and that is a majority, so we need a majority vote. So if the vote fails, you are potentially looking at another meeting, a special meeting, to take up this matter again.
Would they be able to lodge a new motion?
A new motion, yeah, you could, another motion could be made. I'm saying ultimately the motion fails. If there's a split at the end of the day and no agreement, then we'd have to do a special meeting on this again. If this motion fails, another motion could be made after that. But we do need all commissioners to be the majority.
And so what happens if the motion passes?
If the motion passes, you would move on to the next.
To the next
intervention.
To the next intervention, right, but I meant. What goes on beyond today?
And just to, further just, color what the situation today. Pursuant to the CZO, there are, deadlines, that we may run up against, i.e. the automatic approval of the zoning permits. And that, and that's 60 days from the acceptance of the application. That time runs on June 25th, 2022. So just for your folks, background knowledge, if this matter, the matter of intervention related to PRP is not decided upon, we are looking at a special meeting if we are able to convene one. And if not, our next meeting is gonna be June, it's after June 25th, it will be June 28th. And in which case, we may be faced with an automatic approval for the permits.
Which is one thing we've all agreed we don't want, because we want things to be moved.
And if we still have a special meeting on this, my guess is that we still get these 4 people here.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what different motion we could make. I mean,
Yeah, it's either yes or no.
it's gotta be about intervention.
On jury.
So if we, if for some reason, is the timing that you just talked about, is that just for the intervention or is it for the whole thing?
That's for the permit.
But that's for the permit.
The permit.
So we actually have to get all the way through there by the 25th.
Yes. I should clarify, right, a contested case, is pursuant to HRS 91. It's governed under the Hawaii Administrative Procedure Act. And so it affects, takes it out of the realm of sunshine and becomes more of a litigated, that's quasi-judicial matter before, and so in effect, it's been advised to us before through the county attorney's office that the timing for the permits toll, because the matter goes through a contested case process. It goes through an evidentiary hearing, a more formalized hearing process. So that's also another facet of the situation today.
And at that, if it goes there, then at that point, voices can be heard by the hearings officer.
We would, if it is lodged as intervention, granting any particular petition for intervention, the process becomes a contested case process, a more formalized process. The department would ask that or make a recommendation to you folks to refer this matter to a hearings officer. But of course, you would have to act upon that recommendation. You also have the opportunity for you folks as the planning commission to act as a body, to act in that quasi-judicial manner and act as the judges. So you folks could also choose to be the judges and go through the contested case. But lately, we do have we have recommended these types of cases to go before a hearing officer, procured by the boards of commission.
And whether or not it goes to a hearings officer or that we continue it, either way, we have the opportunity, or the case has the opportunity to find out more. That's just the way to put it. Because there were a lot of issues that were raised that we haven't dealt with yet. And they can either get dealt with without a petition, without an intervention by us, or they could be dealt with in a contested case through a hearings officer. Is that correct?
Right. You've heard a lot of testimony this morning. You can, if we're not looking at intervention, allowing any intervener, you folks would then get to the consideration of the permit itself. And you can incorporate as you wish the testimony you heard this morning. And, you know, if you're looking towards approving, you can look at conditions. You could also, you know, of course, another option is to just is on the table is to deny the permit.
That comes after
we look at
this.
Yes.
This is simply
to look at the
to address the intervention request.
Yes. The first two.
Right. The first of two, yeah, right.
Madam Chair, given what I heard, I guess I listened to the commissioners in the situation that we're in. I think I'm ready to call the question.
Okay. All right, we had a motion and a second already, so I think we're ready for the roll call vote.
Sure. Okay, Commissioner Ako?
Aye.
Commissioner Pisa?
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuga?
Aye.
And Commissioner Chair Cox?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries, and that motion was to deny the petition to.
We'll now move to the second petition to intervene, which is from Michael Clark, member on behalf of the community members of Poipuaina Estates concerning Class Lot 4 zoning permit Z-4 2022 8 use permit U-2022 8 and special permit SP 2022-1 to operate a construction material manufacturing facility. In order to be fair, I think what we would do is have, yeah, okay. I was just gonna say, in order to be fair, we want to make sure that the entities this time have the same amount of time. So we'll start with the petition to intervene representative, and you will have 7 minutes, and remember to address timeliness and standing. A good cause.
Good afternoon, Max Kimura on behalf of the Community Association of Poipuaina Estates. You mentioned Mark Williamson, he's the president of, what's his,
Michael Clark.
Michael Clark, he's the president of the Poipuaina Estates, and I'm their attorney. Our petition to intervene was denied on a procedural defect, but Poipuaina has a substantive right on being the adjacent neighbor to HPM. It has rights. It's entitled to make demands or to make sure that its neighbors follow the law. It's a substantive right, and you cannot allow a procedural defect to infringe or abrogate a substantive right. There's a lot of case law on this. And, just to let you know, my firm is preparing a appeal of your initial, tentative decision to deny our petition to intervene. And we are gonna, if we're denied again in this hearing, we're gonna file an appeal and all the case law will be there. But I do not have it at this time. In fact, after hearing all of that's going on the past few weeks and the past months, I'm surprised that HPM is opposing our petition or even Pacific Resource Partners petition to intervene, because look at all the controversy. All the parties should put all the cards on the table and let's answer everybody's questions, and then the commission can make its decision and move forward. I'm reminded of the situation with the super ferry. They allowed the super ferry to go on, and then it's up and running, millions of dollars invested. And look, hey, we didn't get an environmental impact statement done, and the super ferry is yanked. HPM shouldn't be or wouldn't, doesn't want to be in the same situation. Oh, maybe the special permit is granted, but look, we win on appeal, and then things go forward, and then look, things get yanked. So all the parties, let's just come together. I like the idea that we all look. They answer our questions. HPM answer our people's questions, Pacific Resource Partners questions, and especially HPM answers our questions. They need to be cross-examined because, again, their application is filled with just, to me, smoke and mirrors. It's not being, I feel, honest with everybody. Earlier, the young lady behind me testified about, Alan Downer, the director of State of Hawaii Historic Preservation Division, that they're usually consulted and, regarding these kind of matters on Hawaiian lands, and they were not consulted regarding HPM's, application for a special use permit. And that, raises a lot of red flags, that a lot of steps are being sidestepped, because especially when you go through the special use permit, that the standard is just unusual and reasonable. And I hope that you all can see by all the testimonies that there's a lot of things to question about the reasonableness about HPM. Again, my client has standing. It's the adjacent neighbor. It has issues with all the trucks, all the sawdust, mill dust, the noise, and the proximity. I know from what I heard, that there's an issue about timeliness. And it's true that my client did not submit its petition to intervene in a timely manner. The agency hearing was scheduled for May 10th, and my client sent in a letter on May 9th. And he didn't submit a application fee, a petition fee of $25, but he didn't know that because he didn't know the law. And most of all, and the most important thing is that he didn't know what a big deal this was. Okay, on April 22nd, 2022, Kate Shuddy, I think the letter was signed by Mr. Mauna Kea, sent a letter to my clients. And that unlike Mr. Mauna Kea's statement about I notified everybody within 300 feet, no, the heading of the letter was 30 feet, the neighbors within 30 feet. When my client got the letter of 30 feet, oh, this is not a big deal. Oh, 30 feet is, literally a 5-year-old kid could throw a stone, 30 feet. It's not that big a deal. But then later on, he attended a hearing, the first one on this matter, and he says, oh, or some sort of meeting in February 2020, he said, hey, this is a big deal. And then he came to the May 10th hearing. He said, it's even bigger than I thought. And then the community association, put their heads together, hey, maybe we need to hire a lawyer. And that's when, late in May, I got a call. I said, can you help us out? And I said, sure. But that's why my client is untimely. They didn't realize it. They're not sophisticated people. They're just homeowners, and they're gentlemen farmers. Since 1996, this area of Kolo has allowed residential homes. But the one thing they have to do is they have to engage in some sort of agricultural activities. My clients in this community association, they raise sod, and now they're planning to raise trees through a local farmer. Or excuse, not trees, but vegetables and fruits. So they, homes and then go engage in agriculture. But what is HPM going to do? And again, I said it earlier, I do not believe, and I don't think this commission should believe them when they say they're going to raise trees for timber and they're going to mill the trees for timber. No, they're not going to do it. And that's why the more people involved to ask HPM the hard questions, the better for the commission, for the people of Kauai. That let as many people question HPM, what their motivation, what's their plans, because I really don't see it. And the people I talk to do not see why they need such a huge facility. And another thing that I want to mention that, so I'm from Oahu. I spent the day driving.
7 minutes.
7 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
I guess, did I ask the question?
Yeah.
Sure.
You can ask them.
I feel like 6.5 of the minutes were used to talk about the issue, but in general, but not about the point here today is intervention. About 30 seconds were spent on why it was filed late. If I heard you correctly, it was mailed on May 9, the deadline was May 10, and it wasn't considered received because the filing fee wasn't included? Is that what I heard?
My understanding is that, we got a letter, but we didn't even get a letter response to my client's May 9th letter. It's when I filed a supplemental intervention after I got involved, supplemental petition to intervene for the May 24th hearing, I submitted on May 23rd. I believe my law firm was retained like May 18th to help the Poipu Aina estates. So, and there was no response to my client's first petition to intervene. But then when I got involved, I said, we need to submit a filing fee and we need to answer these questions under the rules of the Kauai Planning Commission. And they said, okay, and then I did it. But the most important thing is my clients have substantive rights. They have a right to enjoy their properties peacefully and such, but they're going to be denied that right. Because all I hear from them is the potential. Okay.
Again, we're just here
Okay.
for intervention, the reason for the intervention and not the reason why it should or should. That's another whole meeting, if it should or shouldn't be approved. Today is just an explanation of why was it a request to intervene filed late. So you're saying, again, was it mailed on May 9 and the deadline was May 10? Or you're not sure?
The deadline would have been May 3rd for the May 10th hearing, but that May 10th hearing, the agency hearing has been postponed twice. And then if the argument is that the reason why you have a 7-day deadline is to give time, reasonable time for the opposing party to prepare, that argument no longer applies because this agency hearing has been postponed twice. Now we're in June 13, I believe, today, or June 14 is today's date. And accordingly, HPM has time to read our petition to intervene and the reasons why my clients are opposed to it. So there's no prejudice to HPM.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but so basically it's, I guess, inadvertence. My client inadvertently didn't realize that he had to submit any petition to oppose or to intervene on May 3rd, and that there was required a $25 fee.
And do you know when he did submit it?
So we submitted our supplemental
When
petition.
did he submit the original one?
He has since submitted the original May 9th.
Oh, okay,
May 9th.
thank you.
Yeah, May 9th.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Mr. King.
Yes.
Okay. But your client was aware of the February, was that correct? The February meeting he attended,
I believe so, yes.
as well as the May.
May, correct.
Yeah, right. There was no May meeting, but he was there for public testimony.
May 10th meeting, there was a public testimony, yes, to my knowledge.
And his knowledge of the meeting was received how?
Again, there was a letter sent by Kate Shuddy's firm on behalf of HPM dated April 22nd saying that some event is going to happen and all those property owners within 30 feet of this situation, are invited to attend.
But he didn't get it from a publication or anything?
No.
Which, do you know whether it was published?
No, it's a letter directed to my clients.
No, I mean, a publication from the department. See, I'm gonna guess the Guardian.
No, I don't believe so.
On their website.
But I could ask them, and that's a good reason to, how did people find out about this? And that's one of the things people are complaining about, I hear, is that people don't know about this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna have 10 minutes.
Hopefully I won't have to use the whole thing. Bonnie Kitras on behalf of applicant HPM. Again, similar to the last motion. There's no good cause for the late filing. I like to correct some things on the record too, because again, we have to be accurate and the truth is important. So the affidavit of mailing did go out, but even before I sent out the requisite neighborly notice as required by the CZO, Jason Fujimoto from HPM reached out to the neighbors, Poipuana neighbors. We also talked to Kauai Neighborhood Association. We sent out letters to everybody that I thought, based upon my experience, we should tell everyone. You don't hide nothing. There's no sense to hide. This is on TV. It's in the newspaper. You're gonna run towards it, not away from it. That's the whole point. That's what it's about. So I have emails from my client go back to March saying, what are your concerns? Oh, visual, it's too white. Can you mitigate it? Yeah, we can mitigate it. Noise. The saws are so high tech, there's not going to be any noise. So it is what it is, but we listen to you. We're sympathetic. Of course, we'll work with you. All those issues came up. Mr. Kimura talks very in hyperbolic terms. A huge facility, industrial facility. Nothing's more big, nothing's more industrial than that little Kolo sugar mill. If you remember, that thing would crank 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for 100 years. The smells, the sights, the smokestacks, the bagasse. I never thought I'd miss that smell. I miss that smell. People talk about ag, black snow. We used to play in it. Ash falling upon you in the recess, in the playground. It would disintegrate as soon as you touch it. That's ag, that's Kauai. Okay. We sent out that notice. Poipuana didn't want to hear any of it. They were not interested in talking about it. They were not interested in finding a middle road. We offered painting, we offered camouflage, whatever. No. 40 feet is 10 feet lower than the maximum height of an ag building in ag land, 50 feet. We're lower than we have to be. Okay. The reason why we are where we are is because we can't go, first off, it is already in mixed industrial use. It's been identified as light industrial in the general plan and the South Kauai community plan. CGR Enterprises is Malka of the mill. They're running vehicles recycling scrap metal. You have Kauai ATV. They're bombing around in ATVs around Pu'uwanawani all day. They're making dust. They're kicking up dust all day, all over that place. From Waita through the Puka up to Kipu and down on the cane roads around. I know I went on. I took my kids during the pandemic to go. Anyway, irrespective of that, we gave the notice. Even though they said they weren't interested, the notice contains the public requirement to say that these are not unsophisticated people. These are sophisticated people. It states in the notice, petitions for intervention must be submitted to the commission and the applicant at least 7 days prior to the date of the hearing, advertised herein, and shall be in conformance with Chapter 4 of the Rules of Practice and Procedure of the Planning Commission. It's there. They submitted it as written testimony entitled petition on May 9th. I didn't get it until May 9th. We filed an opposition May 19th, prior to the supplemental filed by Mr. Kimura, which was filed on May 23rd, the day before May 24th, which was the hearing. And I cranked out a supplemental opposition because supplemental petitions aren't allowed. You get a motion for petition, you get an opt. There's no allowance for a supplemental in the rules. I understand, and the representation regarding case law and form over function, there is a broader lower standing requirement for environmental, that's true. However, the case law is clear. If you don't follow the procedural steps, you don't get to come in. And LUC, you know, the Mauna Kea case, Kauai case, all these cases that hold and protect traditional customary rights, follow the plaintiffs and the interveners that follow the rules. There's always one who didn't orally ask for intervention on the day of the LUC, and they don't get to go in. We're not trying to cut anyone out. Okay. My clients were trying to work with PRP. Regarding PRP and that issue, because it was brought up by Mr. Kimura. Their best clients are union contractors. Who do you think buys the trusses? It's union contractors. That's who buys this product. They're the largest union in the state. They'll tell you the biggest, most money in the state. That's the largest customer. Friends, customers. That's that group. We sat down with Poipuana for months. We tried to work it out, find a middle road, but they're not interested in it. It's a delay and kill. And it's not bad. I'm not going to attribute value to it, but that's the fact. They're not interested in the environment. They want to protect what they see as their right, which is to take what page 30 of the general plan says, the biggest threat to the rural character of Kauai and agricultural land is low development residential sprawl. Bar none. It is in the general plan and the South Kauai Community Plan. Poipuana is exactly that. It's a 7-lot ag subdivision that was turned into a 17 apartment unit CPR. They're saying they're growing sod. That's grass. They're growing grass. And they're going to say, no, they're going to grow fruit and stuff. Fine. That's gentleman farming. That's not real ag. Okay? They couldn't take real ag. When that mill was going, there's no way. They wouldn't have been there. All right. But when there was seed corn, that wasn't good. Quite killed seed corn. When they wanted to do dairy, further down Ms. Clark testified against dairy. We included it in our opposition. Kauai is at war with ag right now. It is what it is. And we never said we're gonna grow trees. We're saying there is inarguably sugarcane industry killed multi-use forestry in Hawaii. The first territorial forester wanted to do timber and all this stuff. They kicked him out, they put in Charles Judd, and he killed it. Because forestry was seen as strictly the water resource of pineapple and sugar. And if it wasn't for the total domination of Hawaii by sugar in the 20th century, we would have a robust timber industry. Because during World War II, the Navy told Hawaii, look, we need all the lumber. So you guys start growing it. In the early 20th century, Hawaii had contracts with Pacific Railroad. We were providing wood for railroad ties to California. That all died because of pineapple. And what we're saying, sugar, and what we're saying is this, if there, and we included it, supplemental exhibits O through R, Hawaii Wood Utilization Project, Hawaii Forestry Institute, they're all looking at how to get a lumber industry going. And there's a huge catch-22, because without processing facilities, you can't support product. Without product, you don't have processing facility. And what we're saying is this, if there was a timber industry in Kauai, this would be totally allowed. We don't even need a use permit problem. You're coming for a class 1 for a mill, just like sugar did. That's what, and the reason why it's already in a mixed industrial light use. We're going to have less of an impact than the existing tenants. We were told to go Mauka of the mill. We can't go there because that's where the county is going to locate the Koloa Southside wastewater treatment facility. And if people think that this is going to smell bad, the smell of pine, wait till you smell all that. And that is essential. Because without that wastewater treatment facility, you have injection wells pumping human sewage into the water table like it's doing right now. We need to get away from that. That is the spot for light industrial on South Side, and it's essential. And you don't get to move into ag and tell people that you can't do special use permits because it's unreasonable and it is unusual and reasonable, precisely because of nuanced Hawaiian history. That's it. And HPM supports the idea of tree farms. Of course, they would like to save money because they have to ship it. Because of building codes, state and federal, you gotta bring board treated lumber from the Northwest. The only other option. We'd love not to do it, we gotta do it. In the future, we hope to find and work with people to not do that. But we're only one cog in the wheel, we're only one part of the solution. But we're moving towards it. We're doing what we can to be part of that solution. We're gonna work with Poipuana. They're our neighbors. We wanna be good neighbors. HPM is good neighbors with everybody. Okay? But you don't just get to come in here and look at and kill a good project, a legal project, an appropriate project that benefits all of Kauai. Because you're gonna be against everything in your backyard. This is nothing more than a NIMBY issue. We maintain, we will work with them. We have worked with them. They don't wanna work with us. And that's time wasted in contested cases, because you're never gonna come to a resolution. We'd love one. We wouldn't have to do this. I wouldn't have to come for 3 hearings. My client could have saved money on me. So we're gonna continue to work. We wanna work with you. There's no question here. But let's get to it. Thank you. Can I close out really fast? No, thank you.
Thank you. This is speaking. I want to he has 10 minutes and I have 7 minutes. No, you had 10 minutes. I have 10 minutes. Yeah, that's how we got to the 10 minutes, because we were keeping track. Yeah. Okay. Gotta love being on the commission. They're tough decisions.
And that's, I would like to ask a question for council. If it's denied, it still goes forward to another meeting,
If the intervention is denied, you move on to the next agenda item, which is.
but I meant beyond today. I mean, it's put forward on another agenda.
No, it's the next agenda item, which will then be reviewed by the commission, the petitioners here, and present, by the department, and present.
So for the timeliness issue, I guess for me, there is a slight difference in that an individual, I as an individual are much less likely to kind of understand how the whole thing works, and I can see the possibility of not sounding the alarm bells and not doing it right until late in the game because I didn't understand how things happen. This has nothing to do with their sophistication. I have a PhD, I still wouldn't know how to do it. So to me, there is a difference in the timeliness issue. Both were untimely, but there may be good cause for this one to be not timely.
Chair, I think I'm gonna be the odd guy again, I think.
It's okay, you're allowed to be.
Maybe it's just the way the stars are lining up, but, you know, in my mind, client knew very well from February already that the situation was going on. I think the department puts in notices, in the newspaper early enough. I think Mr. Trask made a comment over there that, that his letters went out with even the date that you need to file if you wanted to intervene. In my mind, they're not attorneys, they're not, but I think there was a lot of hints here and there that if we want to do something, there are some rules and there are rules that are in place. So we probably should go ahead and find out what those rules are. So in my mind, they're not attorneys. This isn't their cup of tea, but I think they have an obligation to follow up and do what they believe they need to do.
Okay, is that a motion coming forward?
Could be.
We could make a motion and we could have it seconded and then discuss further. Would you like to make a motion?
that basis, I guess I move that we deny the request for intervention for Kauai, United States.
Do we have a second? Second. Okay. Further discussion? About the standing issue? Well, there are two things we're looking at. One is good cause for the timeliness, and the second is standing. Does the entity have standing?
Kind of addressed both.
You addressed the timeliness, I guess I did, maybe I just missed it. As far as standing by Kauai, did you feel I had standing? I mean, only one, if the timeliness doesn't work, then it almost doesn't matter if he has standing, right? Because if one doesn't work, then it doesn't work, yeah. There's thoughts on the question? Are you ready to call the question?
I'm ready.
Okay, everybody's ready. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to deny the petition for intervention from Kauai Association, the Community of Kauai United States.
Sure. Commissioner Ako.
Aye.
Commissioner Apiza.
Aye.
Commissioner Otsuka.
Aye.
And Chair Cox.
Aye.
Motion passes.
That means we are moving on to our own discussion of
Yep, so there's no new agency hearing under F2, F3, no continued public hearing, no new public hearing. Next, I'm gonna just skip down the consent calendar. We're on to item L, new business for action, class 4 zoning permit Z for 2022-8, use permit U 2022-8, and special permit SP 2022-1 to operate a construction material manufacturing facility on a parcel situated immediately adjacent to the old Kuloa sugar mill site in Kuloa, along the eastern side of Ala-Kinoiki, approximately 3,000 feet west of Valley Valley Road. Ala-Kinoiki intersection, further identified as tax map 829001001, and affecting a 3-acre portion of a larger parcel. Applicant is HPM Supply, building supply. We do have a director's report that was transmitted previously, as well as several memorandum, and submitted to you folks regarding this item.
And we hear from the director report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. Before moving into the director's report, I want to ask if you want me to do a full presentation of the director's report, or if you have an opportunity to even review the director's report. If not, I could just summarize through the report, just highlight portions of it, and then we can move on to the.
Yeah, summary is good.
Yeah, because
Because we've
pretty
all
long.
seen it.
Yeah, we all know the project.
Yeah.
Sure. Action required by Planning Commission, consideration of class 4 zoning permit, use permit, and special permit to operate a construction material manufacturing facility and associated site improvement. Proposal is being considered to be class 4 zoning permit C4 2022-8, use permit U 2022-8, and special permit SP 2022-1. Moving on to the project description and use. As represented, the proposed development involves construction of a new facility fabricating construction materials such as wooden trusses and wall paneling for residential housing projects. The building will be a steel and tension vinyl fabric structure that is designed to comply with the 2006 International Building Code. The project site involves an area that's approximately 3 acres in size, measuring 278 feet by 479 feet. The county tax records indicate that the overall size of the parcel is over 1,000 acres, and it stretches from the area around the old Kuloa mill site to the coastline area between Liloa Bay and Gillen's Beach. The facility will be used to manufacture wooden trusses and wall panels for residential housing construction. The applicant will import the raw lumber materials for manufacturing into trusses and wall panels from the Pacific Northwest. Current state building requirements mandate the use of 4A treated Douglas fir or 4A treated engineering wood products for building construction. Neither of these raw materials are currently available in the state. However, if these raw materials become locally available in the future, HPM will use locally sourced raw materials in its manufacturing process. The facility will use cutting-edge technology in its manufacturing process, which will minimize waste and maximize efficiency. The manufactured trusses will be fastened together with engineered plates that will meet all required structural elements and standards. Manufactured wall plates will use code-required galvanized fasteners, and structural strapping will be added when needed or in the event they are required per contractor specification. As represented, the facility hours of operation will be Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Further details of the project and their justification is contained in their application. In the director's report, I've cited findings such as site information surrounding the access to the project site. I've also cited CZO development standards. Attached with the report are agency comments, and at this time, I will conclude the director's report.
Thanks, Ryan. Okay, I have a question. On page 9, preliminary evaluation 2D, is it dog? It states there are no religious practices taking place in the project site. Is that correct or?
There actually should be no.
No.
There are no religious, yeah.
Okay,
Thanks for the catch, yes. And that's specifically for site, yes.
Okay, it scared me.
Yes, no, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions at this point for the department? Not all moved. Yeah, you have one, all right?
Well, I'm not sure if it's for Dale or the applicant regarding the color.
Let's let the applicant,
Or is
speak to, yeah, and then you can ask.
Okay, so that's all the questions I have. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Chair, if I, clerk, if I can approach and just pass out my handout presentation. This was provided in the previously the public record, but I just wanted to have something in here. For the record, Monica Trust on behalf of applicant HPM. To my right is Mr. Daryl Oliveira. He is their director of risk. He's the director of risk management for HPM. And let's introduce yourself.
Sure. Good afternoon. Daryl Oliveira, director of risk management with HPM Building Supply. I've been with the company just 5 years. Prior to that, I've been lengthy career with the County of Hawaii. 32 years with the fire department, last 9 as the fire chief, and then 3 years as the Hawaii County Civil Defense Administrator. I just share that in hopes that some of the information I provide regarding our project would be given merit and credibility based on my previous experience, not only as a public safety official, but also some of the enforcement agents. Thank you.
Thank you. So, to start with the brief presentation. So HPM Building Supply is a local family-owned company. It has it was founded in 1921 by two Issei gentlemen, Kamitaro Fujimoto and Sanzo Kawasaki.
So sorry, I can't put it up on the Zoom call as shared screen.
Okay.
If you prefer that.
That'd be fine. Is there a, well, I also too have a thumb drive if you'd like to put it up anywhere else, but I'm not sure if that's your key.
Getting strong shaking of heads from our IT guy.
Not up and down.
No. Got it.
Right, okay. It should be
Okay, thank you. Again, it was founded in 1920 by two gentlemen. In 1941, the Navy assumed control of all of HPM's inventory operation employees for the war effort. 1946, HPM went through the Hilo tsunami as part of the rebuilding effort at that time. 1959, it began an employee profit sharing program. And this is important because it does touch upon PRP and the union's concerns. Again, my client really wanted me to emphasize, specifically articulate, that HPM does not have any problem with the Carpenters Union or any other union. Again, its best customers are union contractors, friends, all kinds of people. It's Hawaii. I mean, we all know somebody in the Carpenters Union, for heaven's sake. But the only thing that's different is HPM has chosen, and its employees have chosen for their own reasons, to do an employee profit sharing program. So instead of being within the union, the employees own shares of the company, and you get to share in the profit, and all that. So that's the difference in philosophy. And unfortunately, it's become a point of contention. But again, that's not really what we're into today. But that is the underlying concern. In 2006, HPM became 100% employee-owned. HPM is not a faceless corporation that is up there with Jeff Bezos and whomever else occupies the less than 1% here. It's Jason Fujimoto's family. It's the other people who work there, and it's all the employees. That's HPM. It's not a sexy evil corporation. It's just a business. In 2011, it expanded to Hawaii. So as you know, it's been said, it's in the Kauai cannery. HPM has their building supply area over there. They're maxed out capacity. There's no other industrial area within the south side to go. There's no more industrial area in Nihui to go. And Honolulu's all taken up. That's it. And Hanapepe too. It's all, you all know. You're on the planning commission. Industrial zone is loaded. And it's very, very difficult to make new industrial zones. The only ag land left is ag. And even HPM and the landlord, they don't want to necessarily redistrict a 1,000-acre lot on a ag. It's necessary. It's not appropriate. They're asking for a little special use permit to occupy a small 3-acre site. That's it. And then 2018, HPM was part of the rebuilding effort after the Kilauea volcano eruption. And if you look on the slide, the bottom right-hand corner, that photo, that's the HPM's workers out there building structures for people who were displaced by the lava. Again, that apparently was a point of contention with some other industry interests because it was the specter of factory-built housing. But that's not what they were doing. They were just trying to house people whose houses burned down because of the lava volcano. Next slide, please. There we go. Again, and this was, I quoted this earlier on the record. This is the Kauai Habitat for Humanity written testimony from April 30th, 2022. That was presented at the May 10th meeting. I'm not going to reiterate it, but the record speaks for itself. Public interest groups, nonprofits, Habitat for Humanity, they need this, they want this. There's been talk about, well, if it gets denied, HPM doesn't get hurt, no one gets hurt. That's not true. The community gets hurt. You don't have the product. You don't have the product, you don't have the competition. You don't have the competition, you don't got the lower prices, and you just don't get what we need, which is thousands of units of affordable housing. In fact, I was speaking with Councilmember Evelyn the other day. Apparently, because of the legal issues involved with the VDA, the South Side has actually lost units from residential to VDA. I think a couple hundred this year alone. We need to build more houses, and if people like Habitat support it, that's how you know. It speaks for itself. The trust facility location. Next slide, please. So as been said, this is in what has historically been industrial agriculture for hundreds of years. I think the Kuloa Mill, if I'm not mistaken, was built in 1912 by, it wasn't Latinco, it may have been Anfac, I'm not sure. but it was built then. And it's been in operation ever since until 1996, when it was closed because sugar died. And if you look on the left picture, that's the area approximately where we're at. It is within the shadow of the mill. It is adjacent to the current Kauai ATV Tours, which is on the corner of Mahaloku and Wele Wele that goes over. And it's kitty corner to the current mill. And then behind the mill, again, like I said, is CGR Enterprises. And to the right of the mill, east, is the proposed location for the Kauai wastewater sewer facility. The other picture is just a current illustration of Wele Wele Road going towards the mill, Mahaloku Road. As you can see, there was concern in the record about running power lines. If you look to the left, this is northwest of the arrow. You'll see that lot, the gray, that's all KIUC's solar facility. Again, this is in industrial use. And I'm not saying like poisonous chemical industrial, but in, industrial, legally. They run wires, all the wires run out of there for renewable energy towards the state's goal of 100% renewables by 2050. And trucks currently run. And you can see the truck in the photograph. Next slide, please. Again, the Kauai Mill site, like I said, since 1912. It has been identified as light industrial site in the Kauai Code General Plan 2018, which I always like to say won a national award for the best general plan in the country in 2018. The entire community had input. Kauai's community chose this site for the future light industrial for Kauai. It is also, like I said, the location of future Kauai Poipu Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility, and infiltration pond. So there's going to be some action down there. I included pictures to the top left is a aerial photo from USGS 1950s. You can see industrial use there. The other photos were taken by Caroline Davis before she passed in the sunset days of the operation of Kauai Mill. The first, you can see the top right, operating at night. You can see the stars cranking. You can see the smokestack blowing. Bottom left, gentleman over there right by the sugarcane grinders processing it. Day and night, 24/7. And then you can see right now what is left, which itself is it's a great reminder, but it's definitely something that is not being used. But the facility, and again, we're not going to move in over there. That's what we're looking at. That's the area. Next slide is the trust facility itself, and I'm going to let Mr. Oliveira speak to that as far as the nuisance, noise, traffic concerns.
I guess if I could just say a few things first, and that is, I wanted to extend the regrets of both our CEO and our president, Fujimoto and Amar. They've been coming to the hearings, but unfortunately couldn't be here today. They would definitely like to be present to hear the community's concerns and address questions much more honestly. And the other thing is to what Monica has already shared. It'd be a foolish business decision on the part of HPM to do something that would impact negatively its best customers, our contractors. Across the state, that is our largest volume of purchases that take place is with our contractors. So obviously we want to do something that would jeopardize the relationship. The other thing is I did spend some time this morning talking to the Kauai County Building Division regarding manufactured trusses and just asked a simple question. Of all the projects you folks issue permits and inspect, how many of them have site-built trusses versus manufactured trusses? Because you do have a manufacturing facility currently on island. And to the best of it, they don't see site-built trusses anymore because that skill and art is being lost, as well as it's not the most efficient way of doing business. The reason why HPM stepped into this market is the opportunity to help, because we're hearing from the contractors and customers that we have that they would benefit from more timely deliveries, maybe even cost competition with trusses. Having a second producer on island would assure those things, maybe competition, as well as, I want to say, quality assurance and improvement with pushing both parties to be timely on their deliveries. So I don't think HPM would take a step in a decision to invest what they're looking at investing here if it wasn't going to be a cost beneficial investment based on you had a customer market to be in. The other thing is I did spend some time looking at the 2018 Kauai County General Plan, and interesting enough, it pointed out that by 2035, Kauai would need over 9,000 new housing units. So there's obviously a demand. If you go to the DBID study that was done regarding measuring housing demand, it showed between 2015 and 2025, Kauai was going to need 5,200 plus homes or residential units or housing units. So there's obviously a need for housing. Manufacturing trusses was not intended just for one particular market, it's for all the construction needs. Affordable housing, what I would say is attainable housing, which is for your normal, everyday, middle-class population, and yes, even for commercial structures. So there is a need for this product. As Monica said, I'll talk a little bit about the facility. So as it pertains to noise, I spent personally as part of the risk management is assessing the noise of the equipment we use because we operate a truss plant in Kauai. I have to do that to ensure we meet OSHA compliance and protect the hearing and health and well-being of our employees. But as it pertains to this project, I wanted to make sure that we get credible information as to what is that noise impact on neighbors. So in sitting within 1 meter of the tools in our manufacturing plant are recorded using a Department of Health's approved decibel meter and showed meter readings of 83 to 90 decibels. Again, that's within 1 meter of the machines running. Nail guns, saws, etc. What I also did was walk outside the facility, both on a side that had a barrier wall, stepped out 40 feet, and saw a drop down to 60 to 65 decibels. I walked on the open end section of the building that would simulate or give an idea for the open end tent structure. I walked out as far as 100 feet and showed it drop down to between, again, 60 to 65 decibels. I've also been doing research on how fast or quickly the sound dissipate or drop over distance. And there are various industry recognized standards and formulas for calculating that. But essentially, every time you double the distance from the original measurement, you reduce the decibel by 6. So when I took the measurements that were provided to me from where the site would be to the nearest home, which I was given at 2,500 feet or 783 meters, it dropped the noise decibel reading down to 30, which is comparable to ambient indoor noise. Throughout this hearing, I've been in the back with a decibel meter just on an application on my phone. It's been registering anywhere from 60 to 70 throughout the day just in this environment. Just to put things in perspective or give you an idea of what kind of noise level we're talking about. So again, I think we can continue to work with the community and address, because I did overhear a conversation with Monica from one of the residents saying she's much closer than what we think. So I spoke to my executives and said, I'd like to approach the resident and see if we can go out to the site and actually do a quantified or qualified measurement from her property to where we're proposing to give her an idea of what that noise level might be. The other thing is looking at the wind conditions coming out of the northeast is the typical trades. That will also affect noise carry. Any questions on the noise issue from our plan? The other thing I'd like to share is regarding the concerns for dust, sawdust, and the other byproducts. One of the things that the product we use, or the system that we use, it uses a computer-based software that optimizes or picks the best dimension of lumber for 2 reasons. It wants to be efficient, it wants to reduce waste. So by picking the best dimension of lumber, we reduce the amount of waste that goes into the landfill, obviously with excess cut. The other thing we do is we avoid the waste of money by, as Monica shared, all of our material is imported. The last thing we like to do is be throwing away sections of lumber we have to pay for it to get it here. So it optimizes that. The other thing is these saws are completely contained, as if you can picture like in a case. They're in a room that collects all of the sawdust and shavings. We actually package a lot of the sawdust and shavings where people want to use it as ground cover, as well as those in it for absorbents. But it's never out in an open, stockpiled hill or mounds in the property. It's cleaned up, it's bagged, it's packaged for disposal properly. 2 reasons. We don't obviously want to have a fire problem in our property, so we don't want to have dust accumulating. Every day at the end of the day, the workers are cleaning their machines and accumulating or compiling all of the dust and packaging. Every Friday, the facilities get a thorough clean, removing any of the dust that could present with a fire hazard. So there really is no dust blowing around our property in Kauai. I would be confident saying that would not be the case here on Kauai as well. As far as the issue of water contamination or environmental impact, it's my understanding that the property was already previously used for industrial purposes, ag purposes involving the plantation. So this is not virgin soil virgin area. The native species and other things may have already been impacted, but we intend to be good neighbors and respectful of the community and the environment and not add to anything that may already exist on the property. We know that during the plantation era, a lot of chemicals were used, pesticides, herbicides, etc. We are not going to use any chemicals. Monica already shared that our products come in already treated or we brought here treated with boric, which is an environmentally friendly product. But it won't pose any environmental issues or impacts based on the sawdust or any of the byproducts of our operation. As I said, we're not using any chemicals. Regarding the view plane and concerns for this white tent, as was noted, I believe in the director's preliminary approval was a condition that we would change it to a more blend color that would be better for the view and not be so intrusive as the white. So we already started the process of ordering the appropriate color, which would be a more green to camouflage cover that would blend in with the background and not be so intrusive as the white tent. Lastly, I would just touch on, again, the water and impact. We are not going to be putting in any restroom facilities. The project will involve bringing in a portable restroom or porta potty type of operations that would minimize the need for any on-site water use or discharge. For those systems that we'll have as far as for hand washing, the gray water will be collected in containment tanks and pumped out similar to the porta potty. So there will be no discharge into the ground of any wastewater on site. And again, the water usage is going to be limited mainly to hygiene and cleanup for personnel, not for any type of industrial application in the activities we have there. And again, the last thing is with traffic. Again, looking at through some of the studies that have been done here in Kauai, and we all appreciated the decrease in traffic through the pandemic, but the numbers are climbing back to maybe pre-pandemic levels. But we don't anticipate adding significantly to the traffic counts. In talking to our manufacturing and production vice president, he anticipates at its peak, and this is being very optimistic, that we went into peak production. On the high end, we might see 10 vehicles going in and out of the plant per day. So not a significant amount of vehicle traffic will be contributing to it. Again, that's at peak or high production levels. Just wanted to give you a quick overview of, again, the facility. We're prepared to answer any questions you may have regarding our operations.
Thank you for being so thorough.
May I stop sharing, or are you going to refer back to the definition?
Refer back to that.
Okay. You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to thank you for being so thorough with your report. I appreciate you answering most of my questions before I had a chance to ask, so thank you.
Do you have more questions you want to ask, or do you want to wait till we're through with
I would like to ask one question, and you just hit on traffic a little bit. And I know earlier there was a concern about the width of the trucks and the trusses that would be going down this narrow country road. Any comments about that?
Sure. So with the State Department of Transportation and even County of Kauai rules, I haven't looked into the county's rules, but I would guess it'd be similar to the Big Island's rules. For any oversized permit, something that hangs over greater than 9 feet on our truck bed width, we would need to get an oversized permit. Based on the hazardous conditions that may present, we'd be required to hire escorts as well. So if by chance we are hauling a truss system that exceeds and poses with a traffic hazard, we as the hauler would be required to be providing safety measures that would help the motorists and not present with additional safety problems for motorists on the roadways.
Can I ask a follow-up on the same line, and that is that I know some of the written testimony we got were concerned about the trucks going through Kaloa, actually through the town. Will they be going through the town of Kaloa, or will they be coming down?
I think a lot of it's going to depend on where is the load or shipment or order going, as well as what's the best route coming from the harbor and the sources of where the material is coming in. I think there's great opportunity for us to work together with the community and identify the optimal routes with the least amount of impact and problems for safety and other concerns. But there's no doubt that the source for entry is going to be the harbor, and the material will be going to the site or the production manufacturing facility.
And as was stated in the application, the site is very, very, I mean, it's excellently situated.
You have coming out from Malahia, you can go the bypass right before the park, and Kingston Park. You go back roads to the Halakiuiki. You make a left to go to the facility, and then you can either go down, continuing across Klo Road, which is wide enough to take the capacity, and if the endpoint is over there. If the endpoint is Oahu, or you're going back to Ihu or someplace else, you go Mauka. If the endpoint is within Koloa, obviously that's where they're gonna have to deliver. But, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the goal is absolutely to avoid the internal Koloa roads, just because it's so narrow. There's just gonna be so much entailed in safety, it's just not worth it. It's easier just to take the set bypass roads, which is what they're built for. So a couple more on this slide. So again, some questions were, and on the left of that picture, that's actually a picture of your Kauai facility, right? Picture on the left, yes. So that's what it's gonna look like. Very high tech. This is not like the Oregon sawmills back in the day. This is what it is. On the right is an approximate, it's not the same exact structure, but it's what's being used right now. So these are called like vinyl barns. So they're used in agriculture all across the country because they're easy to put up and they're easy to take down. It's very low impact to ag land. So it's not like a lasting generational structure like you see the current Kula mill. This is up and this is down. And that's one of the reasons why a special permit is appropriate, because they want to do as little impact as possible. They don't want to dig up a lot of grading and all that stuff. So that's what that is. Going to really the heart of the matter, which is the special permit standards and the use permit standards. So again, pursuant to HRS 205, 4.5, A1 and 10, land within the agricultural district shall include, inter alia, the cultivation of crops for timber and buildings and uses that support agricultural activities like mills, processing facilities, and vehicle and equipment storage areas. That's agricultural industrial use. That's what this is. So the development of a mill-type facility that processes timber and manufactures it into wooden trusses is an explicitly allowable use within the state land use agricultural lands. However, that is qualified. We have nothing to hide. Under 205 2D10, there is a requirement that the accessory use support the agricultural activities of the fee or leasehold owner. It's a requirement that HPM can satisfy. That's a requirement that no one in Hawaii can satisfy. It's a requirement that's being looked at to be able to be addressed. Like I said, by the Hawaii Utilization Project, by the Hawaii Forestry Association, by the Hawaii Lumber Industry Association. I mean, there's a huge conglomerate of interests that are trying to make Hawaii more sustainable. Like we saw in the pandemic, shipping is a risk, it's sensitive, and we need some kind of domestic industry. They're even going as novel as looking at Albizia and cutting and layering Albizia like a skateboard deck, and then using that as composite material to use in manufactured homes. Whenever those ideas come up, we get criticized for it. That's unfortunate, because that's exactly the type of thinking we need. We need to be novel. We need to be bold. And so, again, to avoid the catch-22, HPM is taking the risk to create a facility that could process that in the future, hoping that, the current process with the industry advocates does proceed forward, because it has to. So again, if not for that specific and unique Hawaii historical issue, this would not even be a problem on that. The mills are allowed. And the reason why this site is because it is identified as light industrial. It has been used as light industrial before the CZO was even in. And then when you look at ag land, state land use districting was about 60s, 70s, I think. And sugar ran everything back then, still yet. Everything was put into ag. You had the urban areas that were already urban. Honolulu was already urban. Ihui was already urban. All the mills were on ag because they were ag. Everything was sugar. Everything was ag. There's a huge issue right now that the legal community is recognized, the land use community is recognized, the planning community is recognized.
when you have D&E lands in ag, you can't grow much there. Those need to be repurposed and used for housing, they need to be used for infrastructure, other uses to benefit the community. However, Hawaii is in a place where it's extremely, extremely difficult to do that. If HPM were to come here to redesignate this as urban, that first would be inappropriate. We don't want to do that. We don't want to redistrict the whole lot. We don't have to, we can't, I don't think we can subdivide this because of the one-time subdivision rule. And we're not the landowner, so we can't rezone it. There's so many issues. But we don't want to do that. You don't want to lose ag land just because you're going to do a little low-impact facility, especially the one that can be raised and taken down very easily. So that's the perfect place for it. You got the roads already coming in, right next to the bypass, currently in uses, assumedly under special permits, and identified as such in all the applicable land use plans. And so therefore, it is an unusual, but it is a reasonable use of this land. And in the future, this will be, put to light industrial use for everybody as provided. So there's no really, this is the perfect place to go, and I'll just leave it at that. And finally, the last slide. And again, this isn't meant to denigrate anybody or any special interest. We all have interests. We all work for a living. We all get paid. We have to do what we have to do. But if you look at the testimony come in, the issues raised, there's a lot of confusion in Kauai right now. Everyone thinks everything touches Meridian. It doesn't. Everyone thinks that there's, everyone's concerned about caves. They're concerned about traditional customary practices. HPM is concerned about those. That's another reason why this is a perfect spot for it. It's been an ag use, and we're not saying that ag always desecrates everything. Ag always takes it out. But in this case, it did. Further, we had our own kapakai conducted, and we looked at previous studies. Even though we don't trigger an EIS, we included the EIS from other projects so you could see that. We didn't want to subvert that responsibility. So we showed you the product that's already there. There's no endangered species there. There's no caves there. We talked to, there was concern that we didn't talk to the right people. We spoke with individuals who either live in or are descended from people from Koloa. Milton Ching, he doesn't currently live there, but his ancestors do. He can trace him, his genealogy to that place. Sandy Kinsa'at, Kahali Blackstad, Sybil Blackstad, Uncle Rupert, Missy Kamai, Beryl Blake, Loreen Naum Balakan. We have testimony, and I'd just like to read one of them. This is from Sandy Kinsa'at. I am a cultural descendant, and I'm responding as follows. My lineage to the area are Marli'i Ohana, who was known to have resided in the vicinity. I have no knowledge of cultural practices or artifacts on the noted property. From my memory, I believe this location was heavily disturbed with the building of a sugar mill and the surrounding lands graded for agricultural purposes. I have no knowledge of cultural practices in the specific vicinity. Cultural practices I am aware of are performed closer to the ocean shores and within the heiau sites in the complex of Kane Ioluma and the connecting Koloa field system. I am representing myself as a citizen of the community and Native Hawaiian organization Nahui o Kane Ioluma. I am pleased to know that kapakai analysis is being implemented prior to any approvals for project development. I pray full measures are taken for inadvertent fines that may occur resulting from your analysis. Do not hesitate to contact me, etc. We fully do. The law requires if anything found during any work, we have to stop. However, we've scoured state archaeological reports and records. There's nothing identified there. And I was speaking with Ms. Cummings earlier. If you have a concern, go to the burial council. Previously identify the burial sites because no developer wants that. No one wants to hit homes. It happens, unfortunately, but no one wants it. Earlier, Senator Roop was talking about drainage. That's, again, confusion. That's not this site. This is miles away. That's right above Pueblo Beach Park, that swale that leads right into Kaneo'ula. That's the drainage issue with the LUC I've talked about for years.
Uncle Billy, concerned about the water. That is 100% correct. The water is essential. And Poipu, the whole coastline is just injection wells. You know, there's a lot of concern about dairy in the past, but everyone knows that it's the human waste that's the big issue down there. And that's why the wastewater reclamation facility is so important. You have to take that away. But all of that does not touch this facility. The waste that Mr. Oliver talked about is sawdust. There's not going to be any water infrastructure when you use the toilet that's already there, either by ATV or porta potties. And any gray water above ground catchment. Very low impact, that's the whole point. So, you know, I guess just to wrap it up, I don't want to take too much of your time. Everything that could be done as far as analyzing past studies, talking to, excuse me, state agencies, looking at land use, talking to neighbors, it's appropriate. It is an unusual and reasonable use. It complies with the general plan. This is not in the SMA, so any mention of 205A doesn't apply. But this is what Kauai needs, and this is where it needs to be. With that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. One more thing though. A lot of this issues you've talked about were manufactured. If you look at the talking points in the bottom left hand of the slide, you'll see harm your agricultural land, destroy native species, increase truck traffic on your streets tenfold. None of that is true, but a lot of people bought it. If you look, this is PRPU's Info Action Network for this campaign. It's the same website and campaign they used to support the huge development in Big Island and to oppose the affordable housing and the transient unit moratorium in Maui. If you look at the written testimony received today, this is Exhibit A, public testimony to this agenda item. Mr. Lee's testimony said it would harm our historic ag land, destroy native species, and increase truck traffic on our streets tenfold. His email was issued via info@actionnetwork.org. Wendy Raybeck, harm our historical ag land, destroy native species, and increase truck traffic tenfold. Email Action Network. Same thing with Catherine Clement, Terry Renee Rosemark Harper, Gia Alumni 2, I don't know who that is, but another one. Vanya Fagasa, Francois de Sauter, and Linda Morrison. The point being is that the concerns are out there and HPM acknowledges them and we want to work with them. But we cannot combat disinformation. We cannot appease deception. And we cannot work with people who don't want to work with us. Not because we don't want to, but it just can't be done. So with that regard, we are open to everyone's suggestions. We welcome yours in how to improve this development. But just be aware that we live in a time of social media and you can't catch a lie on that thing. It goes too fast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions from commissioners? I have a question, and it's just for, I guess, my personal curiosity. Facility hours of operation Monday through Friday, 7 to 4:30. And in the application, it states HPM anticipates additional 2 or 3 semi-trucks with trailers, 10 passenger vehicles a day will access the property between the hours of 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. For me, 6 is really early, so I was just wondering, why the 1 hour gap? I mean, the difference.
You know, some of that is the change came out of the concern with, as we were talking with the community from when the application was submitted, but also too, it's most of that traffic is workers, so they're going to drive there early, you know, just to get to site. But you know, if that's a concern, that's definitely something we can address when it's operational.
Other questions? Do you have other questions? Lori? Anything else? Oh, I'm sorry, no. Okay, no. Thank you.
I asked Mr. Trent, and I know you addressed it in your presentation, but all the land on Kauai, why did you pick this Kuloa old mill property?
Great question. So again, you know, just
what I said before, it's planned, that's where it's supposed to be on the south side, but a lot of the issues, having a centrally located, having a trust facility in this area mitigates the traffic that you create from shipping everything from Honolulu where it currently is. If over the past few years, I've lived in Omaha since I came back to Kauai. When I would take my kids to school, you have to hit tree tunnel before 6:50. Absolutely. Otherwise, you're stuck in there to 8:30. I get yelled at if I go to council late, and my kids don't get to school on time. So you have to run and reach that thing. That's because so much of this island goes from Wailua or Lihue, and they go north, they go west, they go south, and everything like that. So if you can cut, if you're shipping in from Nawiliwili and you're moving trusses from Nawiliwili to anywhere else in the island, or to the west side, south side, you got to come in from there. If you're manufacturing the trusses from Hanamala, you got to come in from there. If this is over here, you cut out that corridor of traffic that whole time. So that's a benefit of traffic that's not being acknowledged. It's more centrally located. Plus, too, everything is a lot of the manufacturing in those types of carpenter jobs are in Lihue. You bring this over here, you can serve more readily another population. They don't have to drive to Lihue to go to work. They can stay on they don't have to go past Knutson Gap. Anyone who lives west of Knutson Gap would love not to go past that thing. So, and there's a dearth of available places to go. You can't go anywhere north of Kealia for any kind of industrial use, ag or otherwise. Kapaa's loaded up, Lihui's loaded up, and West Side's loaded up. This was identified as the future light industrial for the south side. We don't want to put it anywhere else. It's not appropriate anywhere else. So the law was directed us there.
Other questions?
Yeah, there was a lot of concern that comes up about HPM building these trusses that's going to be taking jobs away from other sectors, other carpenters. I think right now, I think when you read the paper, the hot issue is affordable housing out there. That's a real big deal. Whether it's affordable housing, whatever that means, whether it's workforce housing. And yet, when we build these trusses for these projects, are we, in your estimation, are we saving money or are we losing money in terms of the big picture of this economy?
Good question. I think we're saving money. And the reason why I say that is because, like Mr. Oliveira said, like our application says, the numbers don't lie. Our largest customers are union contractors. So we're not selling to the non-union contractor. That's who buy the equipment. Building will tell you. All you see trusses used in construction. This is not a zero-sum game. There is so much need for housing. No one's going to hurt this.
I think the need is there. I don't think anybody in this room could argue about that. I think the question is, do we have the capacity or the will to build those houses? Do we have the property and the land to build those houses? Yeah. So if we have property, and we have will, I think in my mind is, why do you believe that there is such a gap that we need so much houses?
Well, that's what the general plan says. You need thousands of units. I'm not saying that. I'm reiterating what's been said. Okay. But the thing too, I'll touch on some jobs. When I was studying this and preparing the application, I didn't understand that either. Where is this argument coming from? Are we going to take jobs away from union? That doesn't make sense because they're buying all the product. And I think it goes back to HPM and their employees' choice to be employee owned. It's not a unionized business because they have a different outlook. So that's where I think the rub is. And I'm being as objective as possible. I just try to understand it. So, and I don't think this is a zero-sum game. Hawaii, the need is so much, so broad. No one's going to lose jobs. This is going to help make more jobs because there are going to be more walls to put up by more people. And like Mr. Oliver said, they were asked to do this. There was an identified need. A business is not gonna come into Kauai, especially Kauai, and invest in it if there's no desire. And if their customers are saying, "Bro, we need you," and their HPM shows up, they showed up in the tsunami, they show up in the volcano, they show up. That's what they do.
But I think the question that I'm really struggling with too is the fact that, when you sit on this planning commission, there's all these different subdivisions that's come up, 50 there, 40 there, 150 there, but they're never affordable housing. So when we're dealing with trusses and the type of projects that are coming up, where do you see the I don't know if you can answer this, but where do you see the trusses going?
Well, I can tell you that you sure. So that's totally right, and I think it's a two-part answer. So one, Kauai's got a big issue that I think is causing a shortage of land. And I think it's directly related to the prohibition of one-time subdivision of ag land after 1972. You only can subdivide ag land once, or you have to put it in either rural or urban. That's a big, huge problem, because what it does is it keeps 1,000-acre tracts of ag land within the ownership of a small number of people. 5 people own this whole island effectively. If you can't subdivide ag land, it's not getting subdivided, it is what it is. There needs to be more land product. I've talked to people about this. You're gonna put a target on your back if you're the council member and you try to get rid of that. Because that's an old law that's supposed to shore up large scale ag. So a lot of that land is tied up. It needs to be opened up. But as far as affordable housing, the product, plan out phase 1 and 2, Kauai, affordable housing. The only time, not even the county can afford land. The only time you see affordable housing go up is when you approve a hotel or a huge subdivision, because then the county gets its third, whether it's land, a housing project, or money to build a housing project. So a lot of said was about Kukui'ula earlier. That Kukui'ula subdivision development directly led to all the affordable housing pool that we've seen in the past 20, 30 years. And that's where the trusts are going to go for affordable. You're right. There are going to be habitat projects. There are going to be county housing projects that are going to use it. There's going to be others. There's going to be middle level private landowners are going to do it. Everyone's going to use it. But that is what we're seeing. That's a bigger question. That's a huge policy question that I think our elected officials need to address and identify. And we're in election year, so that's great. But it's very complex.
This is added. I think this crisis of housing is across the state, across the country. I happen to co-chair a coalition on a big island comprised of nonprofits, various community stakeholders, even the county government, planning, housing departments participate. When you look at housing, it's especially here for, let's say, affordable. I like to use the word attainable, because there are programs that will provide for affordable housing for a segment of the population that qualifies. It's the attainable where the middle class, people that work for the county, people that work in the resorts, that are struggling with access to housing, supply and demand. There is very little on the market. I'm going to speak from Hawaii Island standpoint. Median price home right now is at over $500,000. I know that's not even close to what it is here on Kauai. It's way past that here in Kauai. So average citizens can't afford homes. Rental units, there is a shortage of available rental units across the state. The products we're making, trusses, are not discriminant on any one type of structure. It's for the full gamut, inclusive of, yes, even the high-end resort homes. But this is a component to all buildings and all structures. It's the roof assembly members. So when you say affordable housing, these are products or elements going into an affordable housing project. For everyday homeowners, these are products going into everyday homeowner projects and going into commercial and high-end homes. So again, it's not a discriminant product. It's something that is being used, and like I said, I talked to your own building department today. It's what's the current process and product being used. You just may not have use of capacity. Having more capacity might increase the production of housing if there's more available resources to do it.
And as long as we're spitballing, I want to throw this one out too. In 1920, Prince Kuhio wanted to do the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. He originally proposed 1/32 or 3% native Hawaiian blood to qualify for Hawaiian homes. DHE took out hundreds of thousands of acres. They can't even put people on a waiting list. I pay my mortgage every month to First Hawaiian Bank. I got more than 3%. I would love to be on a Hawaiian home. That would take care of a huge amount of homelessness and houses in the Native Hawaiian community and everybody. So that's a big problem. And I think this whole manufacturer structure, we need to relook at our government, how things are structured, and address issues now, and not tie ourselves to the past and what was done. So as long as there's spitballing, I want to put that out there too, because I think if DHHL took responsibility and did what Kuhio originally wanted, we have a huge opportunity for houses, especially in this point.
Just one more question.
Go ahead. Good question.
Yeah,
Great question.
No, I think the one thing that really bothers me is whether we vote yes or whether we vote no on this. Let's assume that we vote yes on this. I think there's gonna be a lot of angry people out there. People that live inside the community in there, be it traffic problem, be it pollution problem, be it, I think what I'm hearing is I wanna see Kauai, Koloa, what Koloa is when I moved there, say 40 years ago, or whatever it is. I think what I'm trying to get to is that we all trying to get to the same place. Those who have lived here for the past 50 years are trying to make Kauai a better place to live. HPM is coming in here, want to make this a better place for everybody. And not sure whether we are achieving that goal. Yeah. In terms of, houses maybe getting cheaper, but what is the anxiety that's going on within the community itself? Because I don't want HPM over there. I'm trying to figure out is what do you see that you can do to kind of bridge that gap? Because at the end of the day, man, I'm going to go to the same grocery store as you. My kids going to the same school. We're going to see each other all over the place. What do you see that you can do? Because from all I've heard about HPM so far from your employees that have come, it sounds to me that HPM is a great employer. That they do a lot of good things in there. So I'm kind of wondering what other steps you can do to kind of bridge this gap.
So, specific hard things we can do, we can look at operation hours. We can look about mitigation, whether it's softening the white with some kind of, different kind of painting. We propose green, other kinds of colors. We can look at, the sound's gonna be so low that we need other conditions and strategies to mitigate that. But I think that the conditions are going to be where you focus. And I know from experience, the planning department enforces those conditions. They don't walk away from those things, despite what is being popularly said. If there is a problem with those conditions, if for example, the noise is too loud, we're gonna have you and we're gonna have Department of Health knocking on our door because we exceeded 70 decibels per ammeter on ag land. That's gonna happen. And we have a lot of neighbors who are gonna report that. If there are wastewater problems, if they find EV, if they find anything, government responds. We'll be held accountable. And as we go forward, can we guarantee anything? No, I don't think you're asking that. But what we can do to try to broach this is to try our best and do what we can and continue dialogue and working with everybody. Because you're right. Not only are we going to see each other in the store, we're going to see everybody at the facility.
Yeah. See, for me, I think I see the gap being not so much the Department of Health is going to tell you that you're making too much noise or the planning department or anything. I see the gap being between like maybe a new facility that's coming up, change is coming, and trying to fill that gap over there with the community itself. Something within there, not so much about what you can do to limit the number of trucks that are going out or the amount of noise. The gap between the community as well as HPM.
Well, that's a great point.
And I don't know whether that's something that you.
No, I think that's good because, you brought it up. It's the community. And some people want to keep it like how it was 50 years ago. Some 40, 20, 30, 10. We heard somebody today 5. There's always going to be an issue of what Kauai is. And that's individual to all of us. But let's see, what we're trying to say is that, we need to work together to make, it's always a moving target. The way I look at it, quite 10 years ago was lost already. You know, quite 20 years ago was lost. Ever after a hurricane, not ready. And that's where I stand. That's not where a lot of people stand today. But a lot of that community right now supports this. The bunch who supported Kauai Christian Fellowship. A lot of people on the other side. Tony Bruin had nothing to say about this. He got that huge ag lot right here on APN and Weather Road. We have some disagreement. You're always going to have some disagreement. But when you look at the community holistically, all across Kauai, and the point I remember, we'd work together and make sacrifices for the greater good. Like a canoe, we all paddle together, we all try together. This nitpicky neighbor thing, taking it to the commission, getting like this, outside interests, coming to Kauai to play this bigger proxy war with a power game, I don't know if that's the community. We want to work with our neighbors. We're gonna, and those who are concerned about us, and we already have the buy-in from Habitat and all the others that do support us. That's doable. But beyond that, we just got to identify who are the people from Kauai, what the real concerns are, and you know, give appropriate consideration to the other issues.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good question. Any other questions?
I would just say, excellent presentation, thank you both. I just feel the sincerity coming from the heart, so thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner.
Okay, are we ready to make a motion? Is everyone ready to make a motion?
Don't we have to
Oh, we have to hear, what?
clarify conditions?
Yeah, we have to clarify conditions, but we also need to hear from the recommendation from the department. Sorry, jumping in there. Must be a long day. Jen, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be moving to the preliminary conclusion. Based on the foregoing, it is concluded that through proper mitigating measures, the proposed development will not have any detrimental impact on the environment, and is consistent with the criteria outlined for the granting of a special permit pursuant to Chapter 205 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes and rules of the State Land Use Commission. It is further concluded that the proposed facility is consistent with standards of issuance for use permit as per zoning permit within the agricultural district. The use should not have any significant adverse impact to the environment or be detrimental to persons or property in the surrounding area. Applicant should institute advanced management practices to ensure that the operation of this facility does not generate impacts that may affect the health, safety, and welfare of those in the surrounding area of the proposal. Additionally, applicant should implement to the extent possible sustainable building techniques and operational methods of the project. Moving on to the recommendation, the department is recommending approval of the project. There are a total of 12 conditions that is being proposed. That's in front of you right now. If you have any questions, otherwise, the department stands by its recommendation.
Thank you. Commissioners have any other, do you need the conditions read, or are you okay with, you have them in front of you, and maybe we want to talk about additional conditions based on testimony we heard? Any additional?
So we're not gonna,
Add or, we can add, that's what I'm saying, this is the time, if we believe there should be additional conditions, this is the time to bring that up. So for example, the department even suggested that, we know we've heard some testimony about traffic as well as visual mitigation. We also heard that from Monica Trask about how they might be able to address traffic and visual mitigation, also noise mitigation. And so we can add conditions that require certain things to happen if we want, and the department has given us suggested language if we wish to go in that direction.
And I apologize. I think we went through quite a morning and quite a day we had so far. I'm not sure if we went ahead and dealt with the agency hearing on whether to close that.
Oh.
Yeah, or if you wanted to
We probably have to close it.
recognize
Yeah.
any other further public testimony, and it's up to you, Chair.
That would come before the closing of the agency.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess we do want to see if there's any further public testimony on this issue.
I apologize, it may be my vision, but for those of us that are here and have also spent a long day, I don't think we have the 12 conditions that are proposed to be imposed as a condition of this special use permit. And I think it would be helpful to those who care a lot about it to hear what some of the recommendations are for additional conditions. But I would just renew, this is a residential resort community, and the sugar went out in 1996. There really hasn't been industrial use of this parcel for over 25 years. So it's 20 years plus at least. So it's really disheartening. And to say there's no industrial property anywhere else on the island, I agree with the commissioner who suggested this really should go to a contested case so some of these things can get flushed out. Because even the noise testing, we're really not in a place to get evidence of that except through a contested case, because then lawyers and parties get a chance to go out and check the noise levels at other HPM facilities. Right now, the commission just gets to consider what's put through in smooth presentation with 8x10 glossy photographs, and that's not where the community lives. And if we have over 450 units planned for Kaloa, plus an 1,100 unit mixed use village that Grove Farm is proposing on the corner of the Eastern Bypass and Poipu Road, and that is in the general plan, the 1,100 unit. That's 1,500 units in Kaloa. I can pretty much guarantee you that a lot of those lumber trucks and trusses are going to be running through our community and creating havoc with children getting to school, people just trying to travel